participate in anything like that, like AA or NA?
Yeah, I do. I like groups like that. I think it's good. I don't like to go in my little town, like in
Right.
Roosevelt. I don't like to because I know everybody.
Right.
But like there's a neighboring town where I don't know anybody and I like to go to those meetings
Okay.
because I don't worry about like who I'm gonna see.
Okay. So next steps are I go back and make a recommendation. Two other people, basically three people have to agree on the recommendation for you before that becomes the decision. You'll get a letter about that in the mail, here, but family members can actually look it up online sooner. It usually posts online sooner. So I'll go back and look at this. I'm gonna, look at all the circumstances and try to get you in the best position possible.
Okay,
All right. All right. That concludes this hearing and good luck to you.
thank you.
All right. Have a good day. We're good? Okay. Good morning. Are you James Martinez?
Yes, ma'am.
And your offender number is 140317?
Correct.
And today is the date and time for an original hearing. You were admitted to prison in February of 2023 with a guideline date of April 2025. I want to acknowledge that your father, James Martinez, is present today here for the hearing. So welcome. Thank you for being here. Need to go through some logistical things with you. Did you receive at least 7 days' notice of your hearing?
Yes,
And did you receive your blue packet?
I did.
Were there any changes or corrections that needed to be made?
No, besides this paperwork and stuff that I got from.
Okay, we'll get through that and talk about that. And then, are you willing to be placed under oath today and tell the truth?
Yes,
Will you please raise your right hand? Do you agree to be accurate and tell the truth?
yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. So the first thing I need to go through is, there's a offense violation summary that discusses, just as a really small sentence about your cases. Is that accurate, that offense violation summary?
Yes,
Okay,
I
And-
got one, just one thing.
say that
Um,
one more
I
time.
got one thing.
Okay,
So when, I went down a one-way on accident, it was just veering into, like oncoming traffic. That was the mistake they made. I didn't go during, when I was going on the high-speed chase, I didn't go into oncoming traffic. It just, that happened before.
okay, so you
I
were
went down
going,
watching on accident, is what
Okay.
happened.
but you were fleeing at the time?
No, not at the time.
Okay. So it looks like I was reviewing your packet. You had previously been in prison and were paroled 4 times and then were discharged in 2020. Are you still a member of Ogden Tracy?
No, that's another thing I wanna,
Okay, tell me about that.
I haven't been with them guys for a long time. And actually I keep, even come back to the prison, I go back to Max because of the situation. I'm no longer in the gang, so I have to
Okay.
be somewhere safe and,
Drop out.
yeah, exactly.
Okay. And then it looks like you've done pretty well since you've been here this last time. And are you still, let me look at the name of it. Are you still participating in that program
I am.
here?
Yep.
Okay, talk to me about that.
It's a wonderful thing, actually. It's, kept me way out of, well, when I'm in prison, even I don't get in trouble much. I stay out of the BS and stuff. And so it's a real good thing that I got there. And I've been there since April, and I've accomplished a lot. I did all my MRT. I did multiple CBD classes, life skills. I got certificates for all of it. So
Okay,
And
yep,
I-
and that is all noted. I pulled your institutional report.
okay,
And so that's noted that you've completed those things. I think you've gotten one positive C note. I think it said, this is dating back to August, you tested positive for buprenorphine, which is Suboxone.
yeah, and that's the thing too. It's a medicated treatment there in the building. So they did I guess they call it a UA blitz, in like 80%, no, like 40% of people tested for Suboxone there. And I guess that was the reason, so that they could see who they needed to be on it, because they do the treatment there in the
Okay.
building, the Suboxone treatment there.
Okay, so do you take Suboxone?
Yeah, well, it's in my blue packet. I'm supposed to, so.
Okay. But they don't, do they prescribe Suboxone
They
here?
do.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. How long tell me what the name of that program is again that you're in?
It's called Solid.
That's right.
Yeah.
How long does that program last?
It's not, they don't gotta say a hard date, like like how in like Conquest used to. They
Right.
don't have because it's not, I don't know how to say it.
It's just ongoing,
It's ongoing,
right?
it's ongoing thing, yeah.
Okay. And you did complete Conquest when you were here last
I
time?
did.
So talk to me about, it sounds like, you have the tools and you know what you need to be doing and not doing. What happened was sort of your relapse this last time?
My just mostly based off all my mental health issues and my injuries and stuff and my TBI that I had and stuff. That's where it all stems from.
Okay, talk to me about your mental health issues. What do you have going on?
Well, I had brain surgery for one, and just all my head trauma. And so my impulse, when I had the operation, I had my part of my frontal lobe taken out. So my impulse is just pretty much gone. And
When
uh,
was your surgery?
that was in 2017, I believe.
Okay. Do you take, I mean, obviously you can't really take medication for a TBI, but do you take any other medications for mental health issues?
No.
Okay. And so when you were out, it says that, use meth, heroin, fentanyl. Were you using all of those?
Yeah.
Since you've started using drugs, what's the longest period of sobriety that you've had?
I think 18 months.
And was that when you were in custody or?
Oh, when I was in custody, it's been longer. It's been like 24, it's
Okay.
like 2 years.
So 18 months while you were out?
Yeah.
And what do you think helped you stay sober during that time?
Mostly just recreation, family support and stuff. But
What about, are you able to work?
and that's another thing too. I'm going through. Trying to get my SSI right now. But I will be like doing. I like doing telemarketing and stuff that I am able to do.
You're working on getting your disability, is
Yeah.
that okay? Have you ever had that?
No.
Okay. And is that based on your brain injury?
Yeah.
Where do you plan on living when released?
Either with my father or my mother.
Okay, are they not together then?
No.
Okay. Are they both in Ogden?
Yes.
And what type of treatment or aftercare would you do to help you stay clean?
So I got I think it's Weber Recovery.
Okay, I saw that in your
Yeah.
packet. Would you do like outpatient with them?
Yeah.
Or- Okay. Have you ever worked with them before?
Yes, I have. And I don't know if you got the letter from Building Beginnings. I seen it in my blue packet.
Yep.
Them as well. Either one of them would work.
Have you, when you've previously been paroled on your last case or cases, did you ever go to community corrections? Or I think you went to Nuke, right?
Yeah, actually I did, yeah. I completed MRT there as well.
How long were you at Nuke?
I think, well, 12 to 16 months.
Oh, you were there a while.
Yeah.
Okay. What are your thoughts on something like that if released?
If it works, I'll do it. So I have no problem doing it.
What do you think would help you be most successful on release?
Just getting on the medicated treatment and going through human services, doing all the things I need. I know that I need to work, so I have a plan with like both rehab and them guys to do all that.
Okay. Just to keep yourself
Just
busy.
keep busy, yes, that's the main thing.
Okay. Obviously your dad is here today. Do you have good family support?
I do.
So you would plan to continue some sort of aftercare to help you keep sober as well?
Yes.
All right, let me see if I have any other questions. Your Your LS R&R went down, so that's good.
What's that?
That's where, have you seen that thing in the blue packet that it talks about pro-criminal attitude, companions, antisocial pattern, education, employment?
Yeah,
Have you seen that?
yeah,
So what they do is they'll give a percentage change
okay.
as they assess you. And so yours went down 14%.
Oh, that's good, huh?
Yeah, that's good.
Okay.
It's better than going up.
Yes.
So I wanted to note that, and like I noted, you got the one positive C note.
Mhm.
Um, and it sounds like you're doing all the classes that you can do. I don't know, I mean, it looked like they recommended residential substance abuse treatment. I don't know if they consider solid that.
Yeah,
But it's obviously a good program and it sounds like you're participating and they did, a good write-up on that in
Okay.
your institutional report.
Yeah.
So I was able to read about that. All right, I would like to give you the last word. You've been through this before. Essentially, I go back and make a recommendation about, you know, whether we do a rehearing or a parole date, what the terms of parole might be, whether I recommend a correctional community for stabilization. And so do you think there's anything else I need to know about you or about your situation before making that recommendation?
no, just I'm striving to change and
Okay.
break the cycle and just get caught up with all the mess and it's mostly just all stems from my mental health issues and my physical, so.
Right, with your TBI
Yeah.
and stuff, okay. So the next step is I go back and make a recommendation. And 3 people total have to agree. So you should get a decision in the mail, but someone like your dad or someone can look it up sooner online.
Okay, and do you think, so you have no idea where I'll be, what kind of transition I'll be doing, right?
Not yet. I want to look at some stuff. I mean, you're obviously, you know, gonna get paroled at some point. So
Yeah.
the question is just what that looks like, whether it makes sense to have you go do transitional at a CCC or parole you directly to an address since you do have an address.
So you think maybe the Weber recovery will be an option, could be an option?
It could be an option, and I'm actually familiar with that program. It's a good program. So we can't say specifically like go to Weber Recovery because we never know what's available. So we basically leave it up to ABMP. So we,
Bed wise, you're talking about like,
any of that,
okay,
you know, we can't, as the board, we can't pick a specific something because it may not be available. You may not have funding.
oh, okay, yeah,
So we basically would direct APMP that we think you need outpatient.
okay.
And then, you know, APMP works with you on what that might look like.
So there's a chance I can get paroled and then have to go to them after, or?
Yeah, there's lots of different options. You know, I like that you're in the solid program. I like that you've done, you know, the MRT and the CBT and you've been working hard at all of that.
Yeah,
So
thank you.
you'll get credit for that in my decision.
Appreciate it, thank you.
So all the things that you've done to sort of do well while you're here, you will get, there will be acknowledgement of that in any decision. Okay,
Thank
all
you.
right. That will conclude this hearing. I think they'll advise you, they'll let you turn around and say hi to your dad, but
You
wait for
want
them.
these or,
Um,
these are all copies, I made copies for you guys.
sure, I'll take them.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I got the thumbs up. Good morning. Is your name Austin Ironhorse Ridley?
Yes,
And is your offender number 205968?
yes,
My name is Cara Tangaro, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. Just so you know, I don't know why it's this way, but I'm looking directly at the screen at you, but it looks like I'm looking to the side. So I want to know, from my perspective, I'm looking directly at you, but it looks weird up there, just so you know.
yeah, I can see
Uh,
it sideways.
Today is the day and time for a parole violation original hearing, and so I need to go through some things with you. Did you receive at least 7 days' notice of this hearing?
Yes, I did.
And did you receive your blue packet?
Yes, I did.
And were there any changes or corrections in your blue packet?
No, nothing at all. Not too much, but.
Okay. And then do you agree to be placed under oath and to tell the truth today?
Yes,
Will you please raise your right hand as much as you can? Okay. And do you agree to tell the truth?
yes,
Okay, you can put down your hand. Thank you. So the first thing we need to do is go over the parole violations, allegations, and have you admit or deny them. There are 10 of them. Many of them relate to sort of your new criminal offense. So if you did not plead guilty to certain things, it's okay if you deny those ones and just admit how you resolved the case, okay?
all right,
So number one is by having used, possessed, consumed, or had access to alcohol. Do you admit or deny that?
yeah, man,
The second one is by having committed or been convicted of burglary of a dwelling.
no,
Okay, deny that one.
yes,
By having committed or been convicted of assault.
no,
Deny.
deny.
By
Yeah.
having go
That's
ahead.
That was, all that was on a jurisdiction of the Indian tribe. That's why they kicked me out in the old army, because I've never been in trouble on a reservation, not even once.
Okay, so I still have to go through these, so if you're not admitting, that's okay, just we'll go for denials. By having failed to comply with my parole agreement or case action plan, do you admit or deny that?
I mean,
By having been convicted of a new criminal offense, driving under the influence.
I mean,
By having committed or been convicted of refusing a chemical test.
deny.
By having committed or been convicted of interfering with an arresting officer.
Deny.
By having committed or been convicted of driving on a denied license.
I mean,
By having, oh, so this is another one involving alcohol, but instead of March 6th, 2024, this one is March 8th, 2024.
yes, yeah, they dismissed the rest of the cases, and I only plead guilty to the DUI.
Okay, this is just having used, possessed, or consumed alcohol on March 8th.
Yes,
Okay, you admit. And then by having operated a motor vehicle without an ignition interlock.
yes, I mean,
Admit. Okay. All right, so let's talk about this. In your blue packet, there's an offense or violation summary. And it talks about on March 8th, you were involved in a hit and run accident while under the influence of alcohol. You were asked to submit to a blood draw, but claimed to be a sovereign citizen and refused. A warrant was issued. However, you said that you would harm medical staff if you were taken to the hospital, and so no blood draw was completed. Are those facts correct?
I have no memory whatsoever of that.
Okay. All right, and then looking at your history, you've been paroled 4 times. You were paroled to the FTC and then transferred to Vernal APMP about 36 days later. Then you were returned on March 20th, 2024 with a parole violation. On April 10th, you were sentenced to the 0 to 5 concurrent based on that new DUI. Does that all sound accurate?
Yeah, that sounds accurate.
Okay. So tell me what is going on with you as far as, you know, being paroled and then having issues while you're on parole.
I was planning to stay at the Fortune Halfway House Center and do residential treatment there. But the female I was with at the time, she wanted me to come back home, so I entered the address and the address got approved, went back home. When I knew we would argue, then we argued and I left and I consumed alcohol because I was upset. The reason why, because I knew I was gonna be on the run because I got kicked out and I knew that was gonna happen. And I know I shouldn't have in the first place. And that's what led me on to all the reason to coming in here. I went to the reservation, got into trouble there with the BIA, Bureau of Indian Affairs, but and they let me out because I never had no record whatsoever or no charges. I haven't gotten a charge in Vernal for like almost over 7 years. And then the state right now, I was in a solid program. By the time I came back, they keep on counting me out. So every time I can't go into like a residential program or anything like that too, they keep on counting me out. So this is I just barely got here. I'm in an MRT right now.
Okay, let me ask you a few questions about that. So did I hear you that you were in the solid program for a little bit?
Yeah.
And what are you saying happens? They count you out? What is the terminology you're using?
Oh, they're counting me out before I can do
Oh,
like
countied you out, so sent you to Beaver County.
yeah.
Okay,
They keep on moving me everywhere to where I actually to get into like a program or anything. So I couldn't be able to complete any of the courses that I need to on my mapping in order to complete everything that you guys need for me to.
so
Cool.
are you on the wait list in Beaver County to do the residential substance abuse?
Yes, and I start MRT next week.
Great. All right, well, hopefully we keep you there for a minute so you can get through it. All right, so this DUI was obviously at least a third DUI. Is alcohol your biggest problem, or do you have drug and alcohol issues?
No, I don't have no drug alcohol. I mean, you can see on my UA test, they all never came up for nothing, no substance whatsoever.
Okay, so alcohol is your substance of choice.
Alcohol, yeah.
What has, how old were you when you started abusing alcohol?
Around a very young age, like probably around 11, 12 around that area.
Okay, did you grow up on the reservation?
I grew up in many states at the time.
Okay. You moved around?
Yeah.
All right. And since starting to abuse alcohol, what's the longest period of sobriety that you've had?
3 years.
And what worked during those 3 years to help you keep sober? What were you doing differently?
In a job, I was married at the time. And then things started falling apart and I started consuming alcohol again. Which leads me to right now to where my family, they're not really talking to me anymore because of me being repeatedly going back into prison. And so in order for me to actually get back into my family's life and my children's life, they want me to stop drinking alcohol. And so I'm planning on, after I get out of prison, I plan to go to a rehab center after this as well.
Okay, I saw that in your packet. How many children do you have?
10,
You have 10 children?
yes.
How many different moms?
All of them different moms.
How many?
All of them different moms.
Oh, you have 10 different moms?
Yes.
I'm not gonna ask you all of their ages because that's a lot, but what's their age range? How old is your youngest child?
My youngest, she's 7. My oldest is 10, or not 20. My oldest is 20.
And are you part of any of their lives?
Yeah, but I just respectfully, their mothers, I just leave them on their own, doing their own thing because they're remarried and have kids with other people and
Okay,
let them do their own thing. But I do help and support them wherever I can, whenever I'm out.
and what about your immediate family, mom, dad, siblings? I think you said your family's sort of angry at you right now.
Yeah,
Um,
the ones that are alive, my mother and father are deceased. My 2 siblings are deceased. And the other ones I'm not really talking too much because of me due to drinking, coming repeatedly, coming back to prison. They're kind of mad about that.
Okay,
So they're pretty much giving me the last run around. So if I don't get my act straight this time, which is why I took a turn of event of my life to where I want to change it, and that's the reason why I stopped doing all the gang stuff, doing like alcohol most of the time.
tell
my
me about the gang stuff. I think you were part of Titanic Crip. Am I getting that right?
and Titanic Crip Society, I was once a member of them. That's no longer my part of my lifestyle. I want nothing to do with them.
When did you stop that?
Last year in August, but they just barely modified me this year when I came back in March.
Okay, but you have been modified?
Yeah, I have been modified.
Great. All right, so you're trying to make some positive changes for this next time. What about employment? What would you plan to do for employment when you're released?
Um, I have 4.5 credits of my graduation for my diploma. I plan to do on maybe some welding courses. I even know I know how to weld. I'm not really certified for it unless I pass get my diploma, so I could be more certified for that to maintain it. I'm in for I'm a TID demolition. I'm in the system for LWA staffing. They have like a bunch of companies all over the place. So in Utah, is where it helped me be employed.
Okay, did you say you're about 4 credits from your diploma?
Yeah,
And are you able to work on that as well in Beaver County?
yeah, I'm working on it right now.
Okay, good job on that. All right, well, the next step is I go back and make a recommendation. I can tell you right now what it's likely going to be is that you get in and complete the residential substance abuse treatment since you're there and on the wait list. You talked about in your packet, when paroled, are you wanting to go to a community correction so that you have some stabilization?
Yeah,
Okay.
go there. Yeah.
So yeah, the likely recommendation, at least for me, will be that you finish that program and then we'll try and get you released where you can be stabilized, help you find work, do all of those things before you go back to an address. 3 people have to agree on the recommendation. I'm just one person, but I'll go back and write this up, make my recommendation. You'll get a letter at the jail with the recommendation, but if you have family or friends, they can look it up online sooner. This is your hearing, so I want to give you the last word if you think there's anything else I need to know to make the best decision.
No, that's pretty much all I was planning on to do. Is planning to complete the residential program and to go out to a halfway house to where I could maintain slowly. Because I know myself better than anything else. I would like to start out slow like that and maintain a job before I'm released to an address.
Okay, it sounds like you have a really good attitude about everything and that you sort of understand what you need and what you got to do. And so I appreciate that. You're being housed where you can do these things, so that's a positive. So I wish you the best of luck. and getting through the program and getting out and being successful.
Okay, thank you.
All right, you have a good day.
You too.
Thanks.
This is the time set for parole violation and original hearing for Austin Tyler Writing, offender number 197318. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Dan Bakavoy. I'm a member of the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I've been assigned to conduct the hearing today. Before we proceed, I would like you to know that these are public hearings and this is being live streamed. We're here on a parole violation hearing as well as an original hearing. We have about 20 minutes. And I want to talk about the new offense, but also the parole violations. So we'll go through those. We'll talk about a little bit about your institutional behavior and your release plans. All right?
Okay.
I will need to take testimony today, so I'll need you to go ahead and swear in. So please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give today will be truthful and accurate?
Yes, sir.
All right, thanks. Did you receive at least 7 days written notice of today's hearing?
Yes, sir.
And did you receive your blue disclosure packet of information?
Yes, sir.
Did that look okay, or are there any changes?
Yes, it looked all right.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so the point of a probation violation hearing is to determine if you violated the conditions of your parole. And if so, then your parole would be revoked. And then we talk about other conditions for a new parole, okay?
Okay.
You don't have to admit to any of these violations. So you can admit, deny, or plead no contest. You have a right to an evidentiary hearing if you deny the charges. And at an evidentiary hearing, adult probation and parole would have to prove by a preponderance of evidence that the violations did occur. You could call witnesses. You could testify on your own behalf or choose not to testify. And you could, AP&P, it would be their burden to prove the case. They would have to give evidence and witnesses. You also would have the right to have an attorney at no cost to you. Do you understand those rights?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we're going to go through the allegations. There's 6 of them, and I'll ask you to admit, deny, or plead no contest. So allegation 1 is that you, on around January 3rd of 24, that you failed to report to AP&P as directed. Do you admit or deny?
Admit.
Allegation 2 is on 1/16 of 24 that you were had possession of drug paraphernalia. You admit, deny, or plead no contest?
I'll admit, but it wasn't my drug paraphernalia. It was my ex's drug paraphernalia. It was in my bedroom, so
It was
I
in
was
your-
around it.
Okay. And you said you wanted to admit to that?
Yeah.
Allegation 3 is on 1/16 that you were in possession of a dangerous weapon. And I believe this was the knife.
Yeah. Admit.
Admit. On 1/16, you failed to participate in sex offender therapy. Do you admit or deny that?
I admit.
And then we have 2 new allegations, and these are actually related to the new offense that you were convicted of. Allegation 5 is possession of a dangerous weapon by a restricted person.
Admit.
Admit or deny? Admit. And then allegation 6 is the same thing. It was just, I think you had a knife and then a razor.
Admit.
Do you admit that? Okay. I'm gonna find that these admissions were knowing and voluntary. We'll go ahead and revoke your parole. And let's go ahead and now I want to discuss these violations and then discuss the new conviction, your institutional behavior, and then also release plans, okay?
Okay.
So, well, first of all, why weren't you participating in the therapy?
I didn't have money at the time because I lost my job.
Where were you working?
I was working at Maverick.
Why did you lose your job?
Well, I checked in with Mike Arnold on December 19th, admitted to him that had been using drugs, and I went to work and my boss asked for a drug test as well. And I told him the same thing, and he gave me a choice to either walk out of work or drug test and get fired anyways. I didn't want to dirty away on my employment record, so I opted to walk out. And that's why I lost my job.
What were you using?
I was using meth.
Is that your
It's my drug of
typical
choice.
drug of choice? And then, I mean, this is related to the new offense as well.
Yes, sir.
So the possession of a dangerous weapon, you did say that, okay, so you were pulled over. Well, you tell me what happened on that date. So this is December 27th.
Yeah.
You were a passenger in a vehicle, was pulled over, and they found multiple knives in the vehicle and a razor. Tell me about that. What's,
Me and my ex were driving around, like we were getting ready to head to the gas station to go get gas to go home. And I was trying to sell my amps, the amps that I had in my truck, so I could get the gas to get home out in Far West. And I was testing them out. That's why I had the knife and the razor knife, because I had 4-gauge amp wire and some skinny like speaker wire. I was trying to test the amp out, and I stopped working on it as she was driving to go up to the gas station to meet the dude so I can get the money, give him the amp, put gas in, and then go home. We were pulled over as we were on our way to the gas station to go do so by Weber Morgan Strike Force, and they searched the vehicle and found the knives.
you said in the police report, something I want to talk about is that you said you needed the razor knife for your protection.
It was supposed to be switched around. The fixed blade was the one for my protection, because when I was working at Maverick, I had a couple individuals, just because I had kicked them off the property for breaking the rules because I was a manager at Maverick. And so I'd kick them off the property for breaking the rules, stealing whatever. I had a couple people make threats against my life, against my safety. And that's the only reason why I started possessing that knife, just in case, because I didn't want somebody to come at me and harm me extremely. It just was a deterrent.
You had a good job. That's
Yeah.
really too bad.
I struggled from being homeless and not having a job on my first parole because my address was pulled at the beginning
Why?
because of he was more of a landlord, but he looked out for me a lot since my first parole in 2017, Jonathan Call. And he sent some, Mike Arnold and Jake Down says that they were threatening. I've watched some of them. He sent him videos because the day that I was supposed to parole last time, it got pulled because the address didn't get approved. And then Jake put it in to get it approved, and I got processed out to be released, but they pulled it that morning. And so I had no address, had no job, because I was gonna go work at the tattoo shop again. Well, I worked from having to stay at the Lantern House to getting a job to finding a place, all within a matter of a month. And then within a year's time, I became a manager, a shift lead at Maverick.
Yeah, man, that's good. Good, it was a good job.
I surround myself with the wrong people when I start to get bored or complacent. I just got to find other things to occupy my time and not associate with negative people or toxic people. I just need to focus more on like building my family's trust and bond with them better.
And when you say your family's trust, who do you mean?
My sister, like, 'cause she's out there in Ogden, like, she's the one that's been looking out for me and helped me out this whole time I've been here. Put money on my books. When I get out, she's gonna help me. She has my truck. She's the one that is helping my buddy Mitch and his wife take care of my dog until I can get back out. So she's been there. For the last 2 paroles, she's been there.
Would you be able to stay with her or?
No,
do you have
she has minor children that lives with her.
Okay.
So, but she's trying to help me find a place. I've went and asked the Frasers at the church if they could help me get into a place. They said they would. I just need a date first before they'll start advocating for me.
It's interesting that you pointed out that you get bored and then you start associating with negative people, because those are triggers in causing people to abuse substances. Have you learned that in some classes or?
Yes, I've been taking the Living in Balance class with Ann Coburn from Odyssey House. I'm in the second module of that class. I go to it every Friday. I used to do it 2 times a week for the first module, and I still attend the first module with her on Wednesdays for guys in the first class to like kind of help her with just kind of like a TA a little bit. So I go to that twice a week still with her. Like I've noticed that there's triggers I have that I didn't know were triggers. And they were it's like that class has helped me a lot.
What was the name of the class again?
Living in balance.
Living in Balance.
Like it takes, like right now it's, the ones that we're doing is focusing on AIDS, the STDs, like it's just teaching all different aspects of things that can come from the criminal and the addict lifestyle.
Is that part of the SOLID program then, or
No.
is that different?
That's
And-
different. That's outside the solid program. I go to education for that class.
And you are in the SOLID program.
I
right?
was removed from the solid program
Oh.
last week.
Oh, man, why?
I got caught passing on the walkway. It was a part of the solid building rules. We're not supposed to be passing items between sections or buildings. And I passed somebody something and I got kicked out.
Were you passing drugs?
It was, well, it was not mine. I just handed it off. It was somebody else's gabapentin. Somebody said, hey, will you hand this to so-and-so? And I was like, here. And I was caught in the process and was wrote up for passing and that.
Yeah, I mean, I look at your, well, this would have been out on parole, but you had RIM sanctions, you know what those are? Those are the
Yeah.
response incentive matrix. Rather than throwing you in prison again, they try to do lower offenses,
Yeah, lower consequences.
more consequences, yeah. And in August of 23, you had meth.
Yeah,
That
that
was
was when
August
I
2nd.
was still, I think I was still in the halfway house around that time. No,
Well, I appreciate you being honest about your new discipline. Um,
that was one thing that I learned from the solid program. It's better to have accountability than to try to lie about anything and to be upfront and honest with everything.
well, yeah, I mean, because we would have found out in a
Mhm.
week or two,
Yeah.
most likely, and that could really impact it. I mean, you've had several opportunities. And then every time it was revoked, when you had the more serious offenses, let's see,
Last parole violation, the 3rd-degree possession of weapon.
well, you originally incarcerated in 2000, well, in
2011.
2012. You were paroled in 2017. And then this is kind of your history is you're paroled in 2017, you're revoked in 2018, paroled again that same time. And then it looks like you went almost
2 years.
2 years. Well, tell me what was successful. I mean, were you being successful or you just
Yes,
not being caught?
I was a full-time tattoo artist with Jonathan Call. He owns the tattoo shop that I helped him open it. And I was doing good. I got with a good, well, you could say she was a good, stable woman. Yeah, she was an LPN at like a nursing home in South Ogden.
Mhm.
And I was with her and when she decided she was just, I don't know if she was just done with the relationship or what, but she decided after she went to visit her family that year out in Washington, she called me 3 days into her little vacation out there saying that she was gonna pack up and move to go take care of grandma. And she just left me behind because I couldn't go with, I'm on parole.
Mhm.
And that kind of broke me. And I lasted about a week, started getting high and just pretty much just gave up on myself.
And you had so many good things going on then too.
Mhm.
Really seems like when you're employed with a good job and, steady relationships, that you're successful.
Well, this last relationship wasn't a good relationship. It was pretty much I got with her, didn't know she had a drug addiction problem, learned that she did. She didn't really have anybody out there, so didn't want to like kick her to the curb where she would just fall further. She was using fentanyl. And so I was trying to be that supportive person for her and it just ultimately dragged me down with her.
Yeah.
And so that's one thing that I know this time of being released, like I'm going to stick to what I said last time when I paroled. I'm not getting in no relationships with no women, nothing until I am successfully done with parole.
Well, I mean, I think having relationships is important. It's the
It is.
relationships with the right people though.
Yeah.
The people that aren't, I mean, you're not, I just don't think you're ready to be the support, right? You
Mhm, I
need the
wasn't. I thought I
support.
was, but I wasn't.
Yeah, you need the support.
Yes.
But
I have-
having relationships, I think that's essential for.
Because
being
outside
successful.
of my sister, I have coworkers and there was customers at Maverick, like they go in to ask my sister, she still works at the Maverick I used to work at. People still go in to ask her how I'm doing. Like some of them will give her money to put on my books. Like I have people out there I can lean on that are sober, positive people in the community out there.
Um, I don't see that you ever, let me see, did you ever complete a residential substance abuse program?
Yes, I did. I completed it in Nuke, I think back in 20 or 21. I did that and this residential sex offender treatment over there in Nuke too.
And you've completed the residential, right? You just
Yes.
need aftercare.
Yes.
That's what you weren't.
That's,
getting
well,
into.
I was in it for a few months with Stephanie from Alpha. And like I said, I wasn't able to continue paying for it. And then she said that I could go to pro bono group therapies and still be compliant.
Mhm.
But I got worked up in rebuilding my car because my head gasket on my Subaru blew. And I would just sleep past my appointment times every Wednesday because I'd been up late working on my car for 2-3 weeks to try to get it running so I can get back to work. But my truck was too much of a gas hog to drive any lengthy distance. And I lived out off of 2700 in Far West.
It looks like, from what I see, you will terminate, let me see.
I will expirate in December 18th of 26.
Yeah, December 18th of 2026. So you have a little over 2 more years.
Mm-hmm.
At some point, I do think it would be nice to get you paroled so you could, before you, I mean, you're eventually, it's gonna expire, right?
Yeah.
Just around 2 years, and you're gonna be out in the community, and I wanna allow you to get the resources you need to be safe in the community.
Yeah.
And so, at some point, but I don't know, I mean, do we need to do another residential, I mean, residential treatment in the prison?
No,
You tell me where,
because I was gonna ask you guys to give me a guideline termination for the 11 months, but I would rather go, because Mike Arnold said return to a CCC to stabilize. I think that would be good for me. So if you guys were to parole me in December around the end of this 11 months for the 2 new charges that I got, I would like to go to Nuke out there where my sister is, to where I have my support so I can get a job and save up some money so I can get into my own place. So I'm not feeling like I'm a burden or depending on anybody. I want to go out there and build things up and do it myself. And while I'm at Nuke, go to Alpha for my aftercare for the sex offender therapy.
well, I like that plan. I like that.
You know,
it's
And MRT is
specific.
another thing I was gonna get into. I've been trying to get into it here, but the waiting list is months long. But I've been trying to get into like VTs and other things while I've been here sitting, waiting to see you guys. It's, when you're on a PV, they aren't really apt to get you into a lot of these classes and stuff. First, there's other people they have prioritized before parole violators. I've even tried the captain of your story. I'm on a waiting list.
Okay.
Because if I go to Nuke, I know I can do MRT at Nuke, at the TRT, at the front part of the building. And then I could go to Alpha and do my therapy with them. And then I'll just, terminate or expirate out from the streets successfully. And not have it be from in here towards an unsuccessful.
I like the specific plan you're telling me. I like that you're pretty specific on it. I don't want to let you out though and have you just go and go use methamphetamine again and start using drugs, and then we call you back in, and then you're gonna be wasting time.
Be honest with you, I'm done wasting time.
What's that?
I'm done wasting time. Because my mom needs me out there. She might be out of surgery right now, but she went to surgery this morning at 5:30.
Yeah, she needs you. Your family needs you. And, all right. Any last thing you want the board to know?
No, sir, that is it.
Okay. Well, thank you, for this discussion today. It's very helpful. I do like that you have specific plans. I want you to, you need to get out there and complete it, and you've been successful. And I think you understand why or what some of your triggers are and how you can be successful.
I do.
So I just want to really encourage you to keep that in mind. All right.
I will. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you.
You have a good day.
We'll go ahead and close. Are we ready? This is the time set for a parole violation and original hearing for David Tapia, offender number 237380. Is that you, sir?
Yes.
Good morning. My name is Dan Bakavoy. I'm a member of the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I've been asked to conduct your hearing today. Before we proceed, I would like you to be aware that these are public hearings and this is being live streamed today. We're here on a parole violation hearing. You already had that and admitted to several offenses, and your parole was revoked in July of 2024. So we're gonna discuss that as well as do an original hearing today and just talk about your new offenses. We have
Okay.
about 20 minutes to do this. We'll go through the allegations of the parole well, they're not allegations, but your parole violations and the new charge. I want to talk about your institutional behavior and then finally any release plans. Does that
Okay.
sound good?
That's fine.
All right. I need to take testimony today, so could you please raise your right hand? Do you promise that the testimony you give today will be truthful and accurate?
Yes,
Thank you. Did you receive at least 7 days written notice of today's hearing?
I did.
And did you receive a blue disclosure packet of information?
Yes.
Did that look okay, or was there any changes you needed to make?
No, it's pretty accurate.
Okay.
Everything in it is accurate.
Perfect. Okay, so I just want to talk briefly about the parole revocation. So you admitted to several allegations. You admitted to having an item prohibited within a correctional facility. There were 2 allegations that you admitted to. Looks like they were both from the same date. Tell me about that. What were those items?
It was a phone and some type of paraphernalia that they found in my bunk area at Fortitude.
Tell me about that. Why did you have a phone and paraphernalia?
The phone was honestly, it's just been a long time since I've been out, and having to keep it out there in the locker kind of didn't work for me, I guess, to that extent. I honestly needed it for resource purposes as well, job wise, stuff like that. So I decided to bring it in for some reason other.
That didn't work out for you,
Yeah,
did it?
no, it did not work out.
And what was the paraphernalia?
The paraphernalia was, so I think spice that they found around my bunk area. Same thing. I got moved there. I didn't check my area. I still take accountability for it, responsibility for it, but there's certain crevices, cracks in the bunk areas that I didn't clean. So I guess when they did a search after they found the phone, they found that stuff. They UA'd me as well, which I was clean. So
So you weren't using spice?
no,
And were you using spice at all on during your parole?
no.
Okay, and then you also admitted to having absconded or fled from parole on 3/18 of 24. What
Yes.
happened with that?
Same thing. I kind of already knew I was gonna end up coming back, so
Got scared and fled?
yeah, I didn't want to bite the bullet, as they say. I didn't want. It was. I just didn't want to come back.
And then 6 was possession of a controlled substance, a Class A. What was that substance?
I had some marijuana.
And was that your marijuana?
It was, but it was in. I didn't have my prescription. I guess my card.
Do you have a prescription?
I did once upon a time. Before I got out this time, I didn't renew it.
So you are using marijuana, but not spice.
Yeah, no, spice is a whole different.
Yeah. Okay, and then the other allegations were dismissed in the interest of justice. And the board revoked your parole based upon these allegations. You've been revoked a few times here. Let's see. You had your first commitment was in 2018. You had a couple burglaries. You had 2 burglaries and a robbery back in 16 and 2018. You got that conviction, and then you were sentenced to prison in 2018. I want to know a little bit about those burglaries and robberies. Were those drug related?
Yes. So back then I had a really bad habit, heroin. I was using heroin at the time. And after a while it got out of control to the extent where I couldn't make ends meet with just a paycheck.
Mm-hmm.
So it did lead me to commit a couple of things that I wouldn't normally do if I wasn't influenced by it, by the fear of being sick, I guess you would say, of withdrawals.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a scary drug. When's the last time you used heroin?
Last time I used would be about the time when I started coming to prison. Was
Oh.
that last time?
In 2018 or so?
I came here and then just cleaned up. And that was the thing, that was the main thing, is just the fear of that withdrawal that wasn't letting me go, being able to clean up.
Mm-hmm. I'm seeing, so what classes have you taken for substance abuse? There was the Beaver Substance Use Treatment Program. It looks like you had an unsuccessful completion in 2020. You haven't completed a treatment.
MRT, I completed MRT, and there's a couple of things in there. I've done it all basically. For some reason I just can't seem to finish and get that last step to graduate. But I mean, I've done it so many times that it's just I can want to say I've done it all. You know, I've honestly done it. Not received a certificate, but I've done the same classes almost over and over again to the point that I already know what it is and what it means and stands for. Just for some reason I can't get that successful completion, but I mean, I've done MRT already 3 times. I was made to do it again, and then the BRT program is a year-long program, which I was in it for 8 to 9 months. So I was basically done the last phase. I did first step when I got out, same thing. I made it to a senior client, which is a 90-day program. I was there for 90 days. Got extended a little bit, but same thing, just couldn't hit that that successful completion for some reason. But I mean, I've done the treatment, I've graduated certain steps, obtained certain skills from it, just for some reason that successful completion is not there.
Tell me what you've learned and what skills you've developed because of these programs.
Like tools to use.
Yeah.
Identifying certain triggers is the main one. Learning how to block those triggers. Knowing the fact that some people, you know, suffer from addiction, and it's just, God, there's ways to go about it. Just tools in general. I mean, for myself, for triggers, is just is the main thing. Cause after I cleaned up, I had such a hatred towards that drug to not want to use it, that the main step was triggers for me. Knowing when I'm triggered, when I'm gonna use, because once I use it, that's my downfall. That's my only downfall.
Yeah. What are your triggers?
Triggers would be certain smells, if you will, certain smells, certain lifestyle that I lived at that time, like certain individuals I was around, the characteristics of those individuals. I guess when you see them, in a sense, you know, all these people are using this type of drug, so that kind of is a trigger.
So the new conviction is another possession of controlled substance. On April 3rd, 24, they found some marijuana, but they also found fentanyl, right?
Yes.
What a dangerous drug that is.
It sure is.
What drove you to start using that?
Well, it wasn't one of those things that I would say I use. It's just because honestly did not want to fall back into that withdrawal state and that whole having the grip on you where you can't even if you want to stop, you can't. So, but after I was gone for such a minute, and then knowing how to not to cope with because I was on the run, so I'm just like, now everything's closing in on me. So now I'm done. Now I'm gonna come back to prison. So, and actually it was my birthday when I got caught. So I guess just that day wanted to relieve some stress, or in my mind, some type of feeling, euphoria that it causes. So I just decided to get some, which I didn't even use. I only had it on me. So just like a couple pills on me that I didn't even get to use.
So what I'm hearing is that you knew you were about to be taken into custody and taken back into prison, and that you decided that you might as well
And I just said,
use.
it's just stressful, honestly, you know, being on the run. It's to me,
Yeah.
at least, it takes a lot of energy out of me, and
Yeah, that's no lifestyle.
It kills my spirit bad.
Of
you know,
course.
bad. So, you know, some people after work, they'll say, I'll get a beer, you know, to alleviate whatever, drink a beer. Well, at that time for me, it was like, you know, I'm gonna do get high on, which was either heroin or that, sadly. And from my point of view, and I mean, it was like smoke a little bit, you know, get rid of these problems for a second, I guess. Especially being my birthday for some reason, which led to that.
It sounds like stress is also a real trigger for you.
I don't stress a lot, because once I have everything in order, I'm real, how would you say, passionate, and I have the courage to take things as they are, like job wise, let's get this done, let's do all this stuff. But it's once I fall back into that being on the run, it's just then that's when stress comes in, because I know I'm going back. I know I'm gonna be taken away from loved ones. I know I'm gonna have to sacrifice more of my life, years of my life that I'm never gonna get back. So that does cause stress.
All right. Well, go ahead and tell me about what are your plans for release once you're paroled?
Plans for release, I honestly would like to say I have my mind made up with everything. I'm not gonna deny the fact that I would like some type of treatment personally. I mean, the halfway houses and wherever I've been, it honestly seems to work. It's always just that long factor. of having to stay there and not being able to re-enter society because I have to stay in those certain places that it catches up to me. But I would like some, do some type of classes. I mean, if I would have to do residential treatment again, I wouldn't mind it. I mean, I learned a lot just from other individuals, hearing other individuals' stuff and stuff that I need that I didn't know before. So for sure, certainly some type of treatment. I'm not quite sure what it would be, because if I get sent to the halfway house, I'm sure they have that treatment there. Or if I were to be released to an address, then I'd have to find my own treatment. But for sure, some type of classes to keep learning on this, on gaining some more knowledge towards this addiction.
You haven't received your GED, your high school diploma yet, have you?
No, the same thing, started it, and then here in prison, actually, while I was in Max, started it, and then never completed, but that's something I would really like to pursue.
Yeah, well, that's what I was gonna ask. Is that something you want to do? And Well,
For-
what's stopping you from, like, you do so many of the classes, but you never finish things?
like I
What's-
said, it's
What is that?
just so me personally, I did about 5.5 years. You know what I mean? I came in when I was 20. I'm 28 now. And in a sense, I've lost a lot of my good years, as you would say. So once I'm released back into society and I still am condemned to a certain place, like I'm still restricted, like you can't leave here, you can't do this. It's like basically that I'm still locked up in a sense. So it doesn't quite help me. But in my mind, I know I gotta do good, so I sit through it. I sit through it for as long as I can until certain things, certain triggers come back into play, and then I just say, and in my mind, I say, I deserve this. I'm not gonna do this no more. I mean, I wanna be free. I don't wanna keep being held back, and then I just end up leaving. But I mean, that's why I made it so far into certain programs, because I have that energy and that courage. They're just so long where I'm like, I don't want it. What more is there to learn? It's like we repeat the same things over and over again. You know what I mean? And it's in a person's will, because you can throw me anywhere, and if I'm willing to change, I'm gonna change. I mean, I've been there, seen people getting high in front of me, halfway houses, and I still chose not to, to a certain extent. It's turned until time catches up. It's just more time that I'm losing, and I give up, I guess.
Well, I don't want you to think of this time as lost time per se, because you have a lot of opportunities in these classes, and they can help. And I'm hoping that you'll be able to really learn from these classes. Okay?
So, okay, so in my mind, I'm just gonna say, if
Yeah.
I would somehow be able to be released to an address, and then it'd be like, you got these certain classes, that'd be such a relief that I would joyfully do that. Because then in that sense, I'm released into the world where I can work, I can navigate, and then I still do my treatment, and it wouldn't affect me, opposed to being in a facility locked down still, which I know I need it, because I need to do better and learn. But then it's like looking out the window and seeing other people doing things, and so much time I gave up, and like I said, it catches up.
Yeah. What job? Do you have any ideas? for
Job, honestly, I never, even with all the tattoos, I never had a problem getting a job. Even I was currently employed before I came back to prison.
What were you doing?
I was at the Salt Palace.
Okay.
Yeah.
What'd you
Salt
do
Pal-
there?
It was like setting up events, cleaning after events, certain things like that. But I mean, I've never had a problem with obtaining a job. So I've never not worked. That's another thing. I've always liked to work. That what they say, that 9 to 5, it's always been my thing. I've always just worked. So
Do you feel like that helped you?
it does, because another thing that I see for myself is I've lost so much. So once I start working and start obtaining my own things and getting my own personal belongings, then that's when that factor comes into, do I really want to lose all this, or do I really want to give all this stuff up, or look how far I've made it, and it plays a big factor. It does help me.
Okay, well, we're just about out of time. Is there any last things you want me to know?
I think we covered about everything. I mean, I'm sure you guys are gonna make your own decision, but I just hope you guys take another good look at it, and I hope I get another chance at parole, which I know I'm ready. And anything that comes with it, I accept it. You know, anything I have to do time wise, I accept it.
All right. Well, thank you for your time today, and we'll go ahead and conclude today's hearing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good luck, sir.
Okay. We are on the record. This is the date and time set for an original hearing for Isaiah Voss, offender number 167947. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
My name is Scott Stevenson. I'm the chair of the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting this hearing. I'm going to be taking testimony from you, so if you'll raise your right hand. Do you swear the testimony you're about to provide is going to be truthful and accurate?
Yes, sir.
Lower your hand. Thank you. Did you receive at least 7 days' notice of this hearing?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and how did you receive that notice?
Through my blue packet.
Okay.
that
So,
would be
a
held
letter?
today, Specifically, yes.
Did you get a chance to review the disclosure packet?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any concerns? Were there any discrepancies in that packet?
Yeah, I do have a few concerns in there. I would, I don't want to, focus on those, but there are a few things that I would like to clear up in there because I think it's extremely pertinent.
Okay.
And so, if you don't mind, I wrote them down so I could just read off it to
Yeah.
keep track of what they are, because there's a few different ones, but,
Go ahead.
okay, thank you.
And if you could tell me like the area and then the discrepancy.
Yeah, the biggest one is with, the PSI report that was done after my sentencing, or, prior to my sentencing, but after my conviction back in 2005. And, that's regarding the synopsis of what actually occurred at the incident of the homicide.
Mhm.
And I'm not sure why, but the information in there says that I shot Mr. Maestas while he had his hands up,
Mhm.
and that's just not true. And so I actually had copies made of my trial transcripts, and these are of state witnesses and also one defense witness that was called, that were witnesses to the shooting. And there's no testimony of that in there because it's just not true. So I would just ask that the board, at maybe when you go back, if you could take these and look at that part, because I don't want that in there. It seems to be quite aggravating as far as the situation in and of itself. I mean, it's bad enough that somebody lost their life, I don't want the presumption of that it was done in a more of an egregious fashion than it actually happened.
Okay. We'll have the packet be traded to the officers and they can
Okay.
look through the packet to make sure nothing's in it, just
Okay.
to be safe. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And then, there is, I would just like to ask a little bit, if you could today, if you could clarify for me how my, projected release date, which originally in my PSI, at two different places in there, right at the end where the matrix guideline is at.
Mhm.
My matrix guideline on one says 18 years plus 1 year for the gun enhancement, so that my projected release would be a 19-year time served. Then on the next page, it says 20 years. And we are at 20 years this month. So from October of 2004 is when my case occurred. And so I was just wondering how it bumped up to now in my newer one that the projected release is November of 2026, even though I have picked up 2 new charges while in prison.
Mhm.
They're both weapons charges. One's a 0 to 5 and one is 1 to 15. The 0 to 5 will actually expirate within 2 months. December, it's expirated. The 1 to 15, I was sentenced on it back in March of this year. However, the case originated in December of 2021. So I don't think that, I think there might be a miscalculation in credit for time served, or I'm not quite sure, but the matrix, to my understanding from my attorney, was 30 months on the felony 2.
Mhm.
And with the credit for time served, it's 2021 was obviously longer than 30 months ago, or maybe it was, I think it was 27 months ago. So within the next couple months, that would be the complete matrix, even without the, my understanding for what is a 10% of that is what is supposed to be served. So 3 months.
Okay.
So I'm just concerned about that being pushed out to 2026. And, then,
Well, before we move on,
Okay.
I'll get with time accounting to verify that date and maybe the reasoning or the
Okay.
equation that created that date.
okay, I appreciate that. And then, I was just concerned with, when I got my blue packet, I noticed that some of the pages that, I submitted for things to be copied and added into there, didn't quite print clearly. So I'm just wondering if you guys on your, maybe if you have the electronic file of that, if it'll be clear to where you can actually read my responses to like the questionnaire packet that I filled out that my caseworker gave to me. And also, there's some of the pages were skipped, like they're actually not in there. So it like goes from page 2 to page 4. So page 3 was missing, or
Of the questionnaire packet?
yeah, and et cetera. And also with some of the certificates that I provided my caseworker to copy. One being, let me see, one would be well, I have 2 notices from Miss Evans, who was in charge of it used to be RSAT, I think it's now called IOP, the inpatient or intensive
Intensive outpatient.
outpatient.
Mhm.
Yeah, I did attempt to sign up for that, even though I don't have a drug history. But because I was in population and that was one of the courses that was offered when I was in Okra 1. She said I didn't fit the criteria for it at that time. So I just asked her if she would write me a notice explaining that I did attempt to get in there, just to show that I was taking some initiative to do some programming.
Mhm.
And she did that, but I know those are not copied in to the blue packet, but I have the original copies here today. If I could give those also with the transcripts to
Yep.
the officers. so-
Give them to the officers and they'll look at it and then they'll give it to us. Cool.
Okay. And then there's just a few things in the blue packet, mostly that also come from the original PSI that I would like to kind of clear up. They're about my juvenile history,
Mhm.
but some of them are incorrect. Like, in my PSI, it says I don't have any felony convictions as a juvenile, and I do not. But then in my blue packet, for whatever reason, it says I do have felony convictions as a juvenile. I mean, I'm almost 40 years old. I'm not quite sure how much weight the juvenile stuff has at this point, but it's still an inaccuracy that I thought I would like to point out.
And we want to be accurate, so I appreciate you bringing that to
And-
our attention.
And then also, I've never been placed into any mental health institution. At some point in the blue packet, it states that just on the points for like the matrix or something of that fashion, it was stating that one of my placements was in a mental health institution, and that's not correct either.
So mental health level is not C,
I'm sorry, what?
your mental health level? I show it's
It's-
C.
Okay, yeah, I don't know how their grading system is, but yeah, I've never been placed into like juvenile or adult. I've done mental health therapy on my own accord while being incarcerated here, but I've never been in any type of institution that is specific to that, like whether it's in the adult system. I've never been housed in Current, or at Draper, it would have been Olympus.
Mhm.
And I've never, and then in the juvenile system, I don't even know what their mental health institutions are, but I've never been in one.
Okay.
So.
And we'll go over your mental health later on in this
Okay.
hearing, okay?
And then there's just another one in the PSI that states that I was pulled over at some point in time in a vehicle and a weapon was taken off of me. And I addressed that at sentencing, that's not true. I don't know if there is even a police report about that, but that's just a mistake that was in there. I don't have any charges that are even closely related to being pulled out of a vehicle with a weapon on me, especially in the year of 2004. So,
Okay.
okay, and that's all I would like to address as far as what I seen as concerns in.
Okay. Let me make sure we're on the same page. So in the original or the second PSI
Mhm.
in 2005, there are some facts that you're disputing because they didn't happen and it was not reflected in the court testimony at all.
Yes, sir.
So you're going to provide us a copy of that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. The release date started out at 18 years, on which was 19. You're disputing the change to 2026.
Yes,
You're
sir.
saying that you've met the 18 years right now,
Yes, sir.
plus the 1.
Yes, sir.
And your question is the two charges that you've obtained in prison, one's going to expire, and the other one is going to be done within the next 2 months?
Well, the matrix on it will be, it doesn't actually expire. It's a 1 to 15, so it doesn't expire until or I'm not sure, whatever it would be from 2021 to 2036, I
Mhm.
believe is its expiration year. But the matrix on it is supposed to be with it being a 30-year or a 30-month, excuse me, matrix. And then at 10% of that would only be 3 months, so 90 days. And the charge is actually from December of 2021.
So I show this is case number 221-901-514, possession of dangerous weapon by restricted person, felony 2. Sentence date was 3/8/24, 1 to 15. It expires 3/8 of 39.
Okay, yeah, and I'm there, and I'm not, there's 3 years added there just because that's from the sentencing instead of from the time the charge was actually filed.
Yeah.
Or the incident was actually committed. Instead, there's basically a 3-year gap.
Yeah, that's a good question.
But I've been incarcerated, the whole time. It's
Right.
not, I didn't break incarceration on that, so.
Okay. That may be the charge that pushed it up to 2026, but I'll double check.
Okay, I appreciate
And then
that.
through your caseworker, we'll communicate with you.
Okay, thank you.
And then the questionnaire packet, there are pages that are missing. You're going to provide us those pages? Right.
Yeah, I do have, well, I don't have it from the questionnaire packs because I didn't get a copy back of that. The copy I do have back is the missing stuff, which is in my blue packet. But I have, some of the other things that didn't print, just mainly those, notices from Miss Evans, the programming director, about that I tried to sign up for a program just to show that I were taking initiative to do programming when I was offered.
And we'll go over
opportunity.
your programming in this hearing as well.
Okay.
And then the other PSI, juvenile history, there's no mental health institution stays.
No, sir.
And then you're disputing a traffic stop where a weapon was taken in 2004. You're saying it's not factual.
Yeah, it's not factual. And that's the only one that I was able to address at sentencing because I was given my precinct report about 5 minutes before I walked in the courtroom. So I kind of had to really rush to go through it. And that was the first thing I noticed in there that was incorrect. So I did address that at sentencing. My attorney brought that up on the record, but
Okay. Okay. All right, you ready to proceed?
yes, sir.
Okay. Do we have anybody attending online? Any victim representatives? I note family and supporters. Okay. All right. We don't need to go into the exact details of the incident, but we're going to start with that presenting case. My first question is, how did you know the victim?
We're from the same area in Salt Lake City. We both grew up in Rose Park. So that's how initially of each other. And then back at that time, we just happened to be associated with different gangs, both from the Rose Park area. So I never had any, prior to the incidents that led up to the shooting, I never had any real interaction with him. There was none negative specifically. I seen him around a few times, but never really interacted at all.
Okay.
Before the summer of 2004, when there was a series of incidents that I'm not sure how they started. I didn't find out until I actually received my discovery that I believe Mr. Maestas had some issues with some guys, some black guys that were allegedly from my gang from BMG. And for whatever reason, because of my association, that brought me into the mix, even though I didn't have any direct link with the issues or the fights he was having, or there was apparently a shooting between them. But it started during that summer. Then the windows in my mom's cars were broke out at my mother's house out of the vehicles. And that was kind of the first incident it had passed. There was some discussion between mutual friends about the issues going on, then trying to get them settled. It escalated to a total of 3 shootings at my mother's house. 2 of which were on back-to-back nights. One, there is a police report about, because the police were notified and they came out and they found 15 shells out by the mailbox in the street from around the area where the shooter was. About 10 of those rounds went through my mother's room, her window and her walls. At the time, I wasn't sure who did it. I did find out later that through mutual friends that Mr. Maestas was bragging that he was the one who did it. So some mutual friends again reached out. They put us in contact to try to get it settled as far as to stop the shooting stuff from occurring. And because I believe there were some shootings either at his residence or maybe at his mom and dad's residence. I'm not quite sure. They were actually neighbors, like they lived a house apart. So I want to know exactly which houses were shot up or at what times, because I wasn't involved directly in those. Excuse me, let me back up just a little bit.
Mhm.
After the shootings, after the first shooting in my mom's house, the first 2 that were on back-to-back nights, before I got in contact with him directly, I did run into him. Well, he was driving down Starcrest Drive, which my mother lives on, and I was outside with one of my friends, Adrian Lewis, and Mr. Maestas pulled up in front of the house. He was with a couple friends of his. They were in his car. He asked me to approach the car. When I approached the car, I noticed he had a firearm on his lap, which was I recognized as a Tech-9. And he was questioning me about if I was involved in the shootings at either his residence or like I said, his parents' residence. I'm not sure which one, but he was inquiring about that. I told him I didn't have anything to do with it, and you know, some words were exchanged, threat made back towards me about that. If he felt otherwise or found out otherwise, he'd be back. And then that was the end of that specific incident. It was a few weeks maybe later passed by, and a mutual friend put me in contact with him on the phone because I believe there had been another shooting at either his residence or his mother and them's residence. And it was basically to try to squash the whole issue. We were trying to work it out to agree to a fist fight. I had recently had a metal plate put in my hand. My hand had been broken. And I told him I agreed that I would fight him when my hand was healed up and such. And then when I did inquire to if he was the one responsible for shooting my mom's house up, he admitted it was him. The conversation ended up becoming heated. I was cussing at him. He was cussing at me. He said, well, this is when he made direct threats towards me, my mother, and my younger brother, that he would shoot us when he seen us. He would shoot my mom in the face and these kind of things. And I was upset. I was, using coarse language, and then I hung the phone up through the phone. It was on speakerphone. I had numerous people over at my house that also heard the conversation. They did testify to this during my trial. But so the conversation was left it went from we were supposed to be settling it with a fist fight, a mutual combat, to then threats were made on my life. So I went out and picked up a gun. I purchased a gun from the streets. This conversation maybe occurred 2 to 3 weeks at the most prior to the day, the October 21st, 2004, when I was standing at the bus stop on the corner of Starcrest and 700 North, which is a half a block down the street from my mom's house. We live directly on Starcrest, just up the street on 8th North. And I looked up and I seen that Mr. Maestas was coming down the street. He was headed eastbound. I was on the north side of the street. He was on the phone, and I was hoping that he didn't see me. Oh, I'm kind of out here in the open. There's nowhere to go. There's like some apartments right there that are further off from the street. So there was nowhere to go. And there's a house right there on the corner with the fence around it. Mr. Maestas did see me. He responded to whoever he was talking to on the phone with something excited. Got over into the middle lane. He made a U-turn and came back towards me. I, at this time, was kind of walking westward, back towards Starcrest a little bit further. And he pulled up, and as he pulled up, the first thing I did as I was looking for was to see if he had a weapon, because he threatened my life and he threatened my family's lives, and there's already been these shootings occurring, and I felt like those threats were legitimate. And I noticed I could see both of his hands at that time. I didn't necessarily feel that he could do anything potentially at that time. Try to tell him, keep driving. He was irate and screamed, "Yeah, you're that motherfucker, and I got you now." At this point, I had stopped, and kind of as he was doing this, I started to walk back east now towards the rear of his car. But I'm watching him, and he throws the car in park, and while he's talking to, being irate and stuff, I can't see what he does necessarily, but I see him make a motion as to like he's reaching down to grab something either off the floor or from under the seat. My presumption is that that's a firearm, because he's made these threats about shooting me, about killing me. My mother's house has been shot up. He's admitted to me and other people that he is responsible for those shootings. I still didn't pull my firearm on him yet. And just for a timeout, that I would like to say that if my intention was that day to just shoot Mr. Maestas, then it would have probably been more reasonable to have shot him right when he pulled up and not let him get out of that car. But I didn't want that. I still didn't want that to be at that level, but he kind of just pushed, he pushed the issue. He got out of the car and he came running back around the back of the car towards me. And at that point, I tried to yell at him, "Stop." I pulled out my gun. I didn't flash the gun prior to or anything like that. Pulled out my gun and I shot him. And he turned around and he ran back around his car. As I was shooting, he started to turn. I kind of started to turn to head more in the southeast direction. After he got around his car, I was out in the middle of the street, and I realized that I didn't know where I was going. I had nothing in that direction. So I turned around and ran back westward toward my mother's house. And I passed Mr. Maestas as he was up in the driveway of the houses there on the corner. And that is when he did at that time have his hands up, but I continued running past him. There's no shots fired or anything like that. The shooting all occurred initially right when he came around the car. All that took place at the back of the vehicle. So that's the part where the trial transcripts will show that the witnesses that seen it testified to that the shots were taken back there. I did not shoot Mr. Maestas with his hands up or when he was in the driveway. It was during the initial confrontation from after he exited the car. I seen somebody I knew happened to be coming through the intersection there. I flagged them down. I jumped in their car. They took me to my mom's house. And I didn't even, at the time, I didn't know that I had even hit Mr. Maestas. Going to be coming any minute up to my mom's house, So I asked my mom and my brother to leave. They left. I left the house. Later, I seen it on the news that, in fact, Mr. Maestas had been shot and he actually had passed away. And then the next day, I retained a lawyer, retained counsel, and I turned myself in.
So it's factually accurate, but just the timing of when his hands were up.
Yeah, his hands were up, yes, but there was no shooting done at that time. And I think that is something.
But the way it reads,
Considered one way or the other, right? That can be very aggravating or look very aggravating. It's a bad enough situation that, the whole incident that day, the things prior to things that were happening over at his family's residence and my family's residence. So I just don't, I just wanted to make sure that that was clear, because I don't need it to, I don't want it to look any worse than it already is.
Sure. Okay. Explain the circumstances surrounding the homemade weapons in
In the
prison.
prison?
Yeah.
Yeah, I take accountability for the weapons. You know, I've been in prison now, 20 years. I've been attacked a few times actually in prison, where I've been stabbed. I think the total number of stabbings I have is either 13 or 14, through a couple different incidents. So, basically due to duress, I did have a weapon on. It would be the one that's actually the 0 to 5. And I accept responsibility for that. It was for, self-protection, and I lived in the most violent part of the facility. I lived in the UNAs, which were the maximum security housing units, and so I felt it was necessary to have that at that time. I don't feel those are necessary, now looking back in hindsight is, quite different. But when you're in the midst of that type of environment, in that situation, that's the choice I didn't make, and I take accountability for that. The second one, it was a manufactured and a homemade cutting tool, but it was not a weapon. They did charge me as a weapon. I take responsibility for having it. I don't want to minimize having it, but the intent with it was not a weapon. It was a razor that had a handle attached to it, but it was legitimately used for cutting up cardboard and sizing up paper for sticks and things. I don't know if you're familiar with the art crafts that inmates do. So that's what it was for. But they did charge me with it as a weapon. That's actually why it took almost 3 years for me fighting it. They didn't want to offer me any kind of reasonable deal until I felt that, well, I was just tired of fighting it, and I do accept responsibility for having it. So that's why I pled to the felony too on that one, because it started out as a 5 to life with the habitual violent offender enhancement. So I basically just wanted to get the case settled before coming in today, because I didn't want anything to be holding up the board making a decision on my potential release.
Okay. So I did have a question about the juvenile record. So now the time to clarify. What is your juvenile record?
It's a whole bunch of petty misdemeanor stuff, mostly technical violations for not following with probation. But, I started picking up cases when I was pretty young, just stupid things, thefts, maybe there might be some truancies in there. I'm not sure. It is in the blue packet. I haven't even, I went over it to see, just see most of the things seemed accurate in there, and they did for the most part. But yeah, off the top of my head, I honestly don't quite remember all of that stuff.
Okay. So the only thing you dispute is the mental health aspect?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I'll get to the bottom of that when I get
Okay,
back to the audience.
appreciate it.
Okay. So while you have been incarcerated, whether it's jail and prison, you've had 28 disciplinaries. Is that accurate?
Yeah, that sounds probably accurate.
How would you explain that how do you explain that to the board?
I accept responsibility for those disciplinaries. It's been a long time, and I made some bad choices while I've been incarcerated. I haven't, been always the best that I can be and that I want to be now. And I accept responsibility for them. I don't want to minimize them. I don't want to try to take away from them. Some of them were more legitimate than others, but at the same time, they are still all on the record and I accept them for what they are. I've paid my, fines that I've received from those, or, you know, the lockdown times. I've lost my privileges for those. I've lost, time from being able to be in level 3 population. Just, you know, numerous privileges within the department and stuff. So, you know, I'm moving on from those. I've taken them as learning and examples of what not to do.
Mhm.
Definitely. So,
Well, just to let you know, I mean, there's a lot of things that we consider when we think about paroling someone. But institutional discipline was one of the big ones because it's an indicative of behavior. Understanding it's a different environment, but also the ability to abide and live within a set of rules, however restrictive they may be. Right?
mhm.
So just this year alone, you've had 4 disciplinaries. In March of 2024, it was a disorderly conduct, reckless endangerment. Do you remember that incident?
I remember being served a write-up for it. I'm not sure which actual incident it is. Can you
It's
read
a
little bit
refusal
more
to
about the
rack
incident?
in, making aggressive threats towards the officer. Remember that?
I do. I believe that's the incident with Officer Neal.
Okay.
And I was arguing with Officer Neal. However, I was never told to rack in, or because if just in policy and procedure, if we're told to rack in and we don't rack in, then the inmate management systems is activated. IMS would have been activated. They would have brought more staff to rack us in by force,
Mhm.
or to use whatever force they felt necessary to get us to rack in. That wasn't the case. It was over an argument that began with my rec mates, and them feeling disrespected, and then with what Officer Neal went and told the other officers, they shut our phones off. So they were trying to rack our whole rec in. They at a point in time after, but up until that point, I asked Officer Neal was still engaging with the inmates on my rec, and I stepped in and I told him that per policy, he's instigating these inmates and he's not supposed to still be engaging them. If he has an issue, he needs to step away and he needs to activate IMS, and he needs to let other staff come deal with this incident. They need to have a CIT trained CO come down here and speak to these guys.
Mhm.
So he said there was, so I asked for the sergeant. He said there was no sergeants on that night. And so I asked him to then contact the shift commander. Lieutenant Millward was actually doing overtime in our housing unit. He was not on as the shift commander that night, but he does feel that duty at times. Mr. Millward, I've known him for quite some time, since he came out of the academy in 2006 or 7, you know. So I was discussing with him about what the problem seemed to be. Lieutenant Millward told us to go ahead and continue with our rec. He would go clarify the issue. If he would go review the cameras, if he felt there was legitimacy to what Officer Neal's side of the story was, then he was going to take our rec. And we said, okay. He did not take our rec. We continued rec that whole night. We racked in later. At that time, my understanding was that me nor any of the other guys on my rec were getting written up for that incident. But a couple days later, we were told that we were. So that's kind of how that developed. And I accept responsibility for not communicating quite properly with Officer Neal. And when I didn't feel like he was doing his job properly, I became, I guess they would say it's more aggressive. I assume they don't like being told what their job actually is to do, or especially when an inmate knows their policy and procedure better than them. So kind of stems from that. The write-up occurred. I did get convicted of something. I'm not sure if it was the conviction of the actual write-up or if it was dropped down by the disciplinary officer. I don't know, but either way, me and Officer Neal later on discussed that. I took it upon myself to request to speak to his direct chain of command, our lieutenants, sergeants, and the captain of our building in Antelope. And they went through and pulled us out because I was trying to find a conflict resolution with the whole incident. They said, well, the write-up was in, so they let that proceed through, but the issue was worked out. I haven't had an issue with Officer Neal since then.
So looking back, and I commend you for trying to find a solution, but at the point of contact, looking back, what could you have done differently?
I could have just stayed out of the incident because it initially didn't involve me, you know, until our phones were shut off while we were on the phone with our families. We come out limited and max, you know. That's basically the tipping point of what upset me and why I felt I needed to step in and say something, and then it just downrolled from there. But yeah, just at the end of the day, if I would have just stayed out of it, I'm not sure how it might have played out. You know, it's one of those what ifs, but that is ultimately what I could have done. I could have just shut up.
Okay. So the last one, which was the 23rd, it was completed, was a refusal or resist to remove coverings from your window, from your,
Yeah, this is
what was that
new.
about?
This is a new one. I talked to the officer, Contreras. He said the report's not done. It hasn't even been because when the officer writes you up, it then has to go to one of their higher ups, usually their sergeant, for screening for them till it proceeds to IDHO. I just found out the other day that was a pending. I haven't been served with the papers or the report on it yet, but I did pull over the officer that has been writing it up to try to get a clarification on it. So what we're going through, as it's kind of a unit-wide issue in Antelope at the moment. I'm sure you've toured the prison. You've seen how the cells are designed with the glass at the front. We've had a back and forth kind of going on where we're supposed to be trying to meet a middle ground with what parts of the windows we can have covered. Working with staff, and they're also supposed to notify us if they feel we have too much of it covered. That never occurred, but outside of that, I had part of the window covered by where my bed is at.
Just for
Because-
privacy?
Yeah, exactly. It wasn't an incident. Like I said, I wasn't even notified of that there was an issue until I went up for actually a level advancement, and the officer told me, oh, well, it looks like there's a report in for a pending write-up. But I pulled Officer Contreras over. So we're kind of going back and forth with what is and what's not acceptable. And it's like I've told them too, if you feel you can't see me, then I will obviously move that. If you ask me to move it, I'm going to move it. However, I'm asking them also to take into consideration that we as human beings do deserve some form of privacy. If it's not an incident or it's not interfering with count, then that's what the inmate population, at least in my housing unit, I know, is trying to request, that the windows by the bed can be covered partially. Not just because of, it is a privacy thing, but it's also out of a respect thing, because I don't want to look across and just see another grown man, all day, doing whatever he's doing in the cell. And vice versa. I feel like I should be able to have a little piece of that cell to myself where I can sit. There's also the issue with the televisions. The lights are so bright coming in from those windows. The way that the cells are designed, we have to put our television on that shelf because that's where it's the wiring and things are for to connect it to the wall. So it has to face, the screen has to face towards the window. We can't see it with all that light coming in. It puts flat spots on these televisions, you know, and so guys are spending $300 that they're getting from their families or whatever to have televisions, to where it just seems unreasonable that we can't even use that if we've earned that privilege. due to some of that lighting. And the biggest thing I've actually talked to DIO Christopher Crane about this. He was down in our unit, maybe a month and a half ago or so. And, I pulled him over personally and spoke to him about numerous things, but one of the window things was the issue. He told me and the other inmates on my rec that if we put in a petition, a proposal for a solution to us being able to cover the window by the bed, that he will write the policy up and he will find a solution for what UCI can then make us curtains that we can can close to cover the window and remove from that window, because he's been working in the department 30, 35 years, a lot longer than I've been here. And he understands that in Draper, we operated with a 6-inch window in the door. That wasn't a security issue unless you covered that up during an incident. So now that we have a 2-foot by 3-foot window in the door that allows you to see every part of our cell, having the one that's directly behind you on your bed in your little personal space covered is not creating any risk to the operations of the department. And it's like I've said before, if there's an issue, if inmates acting up, if we're told to take them down, then that creates a whole different thing. But just going throughout our daily operation, minding our own business and having that little area covered, it is not, through the guys who are professionally employed here, an issue. And for us, it's just something we're asking for to be able to be allowed to have. So that's kind of something we're working through at this time.
So what are you going to do to avoid getting disciplinaries while you're still incarcerated?
I'm going to attempt to do my best at not bringing any unnecessary negative attention and not participating in any negative activities, as best as I possibly can. I don't wake up in the morning and say, today is the day I'm getting a write-up today, because I think there may be some guys who they're entertained by that, but I know me and reasonable other people that we don't seek write-ups. We're not seeking to lose our privileges. We're not seeking to not be able to have visits with our family or phone calls with our family or recreation time or paying fines. And
right,
so it's not something I set out to intentionally accomplish throughout my day.
Just looking at your file, listening to you explain the situations, just a piece of friendly advice. Communicate, right? Respectfully.
Yes, sir.
Even though you may feel like you're being wronged at the point of contact, that's not the time to argue. But what you have done is the aftermath, trying to find a solution and communicating with the officers, but should have been done initially. And it's timing, right? When things are going wrong and that officer's under a lot of stress, that's not the time to argue your position.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yep. Programming. We have about 10 minutes left. I want to get to programming.
Okay.
And I also want to, because you're being considered for parole. So I want to hear a release plan, and we have 10 minutes to get through that. So,
Okay.
Programming. Explain to me your experience in programming, how it's changed you.
If you don't mind, could I read I have a statement that I wrote to stay on track, basically.
Yeah.
But it covers most of that, and then I think if it will help, then if you have questions about it, if you want me to go into any of the details further, then I can do that.
Very good.
All right. So I would first like to thank my family and friends for their support and for taking the time out of their schedules to be here today. I would also like to apologize to them, and I would like to apologize to the Maestas family for all of us having to be here today because of my past actions and my role in the death of Mr. Jeffrey Maestas 20 years ago. To Jeff's father, Mr. Sam Maestas, I pray that he can feel the sincerity of my apologies today, because I do know that previously he felt that my apologies in court were unsincere or insincere. And so I would also like the Maestas family to know that I've taken it upon myself, well, I did take it upon myself to write a letter apologizing for their loss. And I was also thanking Mr. Sam Maestas for him assisting my mother when she had car trouble shortly after my trial. Unfortunately, I received that letter back due to them relocating and moving out of the house on 3rd North, and the post office did not have a forwarding address to send it further. But I would like to properly thank him for him helping my mother when he's seen a member of our community in need. I appreciate that dearly. I would also like both families and the board to know that I have no intentions of minimizing or trivializing the death of Mr. Jeffrey Maestas. But I only want to, show everyone here today that I am ready for and deserving of parole. And I also want everybody here today to understand that I'm reading from this paper because it will assist me in communicating that which I wish to convey, and it will help for me not to forget all of the things which I feel I need to say. I do assure you that I've written this from the deepest place of truth, and that's my heart. And I pray that my growth and the path I am on now can be felt in the hearts of everyone here today. I take full accountability for my actions in causing the death of Mr. Jeffrey Maestas. It is, in fact, my accountability and the changes that I've undergone that have brought me to this place of positivity, and which has ignited the fire within me to guide youth of our community in a positive direction and to ultimately break the school to prison pipeline. I may not have a piece of paper from a college is in terms of a degree. However, I do have the actual life experiences that have taught me the many lessons needed to give back to and to educate our youth from a place of love and authenticity. I have been utilizing my time to make progress in all areas of my life, not only for myself, but for others, because I know that our community needs and deserves more positive influences, and I know that I am one of those positive influences. I am ready to dedicate my life to building up our community for generations to come. I'm far from perfect. However, I am motivated to work day in and day out to rise above all the challenges that I may face. I owe it to myself to continue to strive for a better today and a better tomorrow. But I also owe an outstanding debt to my loved ones, especially my mother and grandmother, both of whom have had to shoulder the weight of being widowed at a young age, and yet they exemplified the strength needed to instill values into myself, my brother, our many cousins, and others. I owe them more than I can ever repay, but I am striving to show them that the values of truth, humility, a strong support network, love for self and others, dignity, and positivity have been accepted and have been absorbed into my soul, and I will continue to live my life in accord with these values. I also owe an outstanding debt to society, and although I've paid part of that debt through my incarceration, I can only work at paying the rest of this debt by being in society and living the positive, productive, progressive life that I've chosen for myself. I want the board to know that I not only intend on working with the youth, but I also have resources and job opportunities lined up in the juvenile justice system and at community organizations that will help me to put my goals and my vision for my life into action beyond myself. There are a couple of support letters in my blue packet from gentlemen who have worked within the juvenile justice system and community centers for over 25 years. And I know you'll have the time to see those later. I want the board to know that I am also an artist, and I will continue to grow as such by enrolling in school to gain knowledge on digital designs, to help me with my clothing designs, artwork, and to lay a foundation for my multimedia organization that I ultimately want to have on the side of my career with working with youth. I plan on contacting vocational rehab to assist me with getting into school, as well as to assist me in finding a mental health therapist that I can build a working relationship with. And I want the board to know that outside of the time that I will be spending on building up my professional and my educational standing in life, I will fill the free time that I have with my family, especially my grandmother, who's getting up in age, and she needs assistance with things like getting around because she doesn't drive. And that's something that I am excited for the future to be able to do, and I will gladly take her around and help out with anything else that she needs, whether it be fixing things around her home or also around my mother's house.
Hey, Mr. Boss, I hate to interrupt you, but we got 3 minutes.
Okay,
Can you summarize and then?
Yes, I will.
I want that release plan.
In regards to my living arrangements, I plan on living in Salt Lake with my family to help with the cost of living. I have numerous places I can go, but I intend probably to stay with my mom. That'd be my first choice, as long as that would be approved by AP&P. I'm aware that my probation officer will probably want me to do some classes, and I'm definitely planning on abiding by that and all other parole standards. I'll be staying in contact with Mr. Josh Penrod and his associates at the Level Up organization to further my training that I have begun through the Captain Your Story program, which I'm currently enrolled in. And I have found great satisfaction with being afforded the opportunity to gain the wisdom that they have to offer. And because the Captain Your Story program is providing us with real tools that we can utilize in our life for our own success stories, I would like to bring attention to the different types of programming and educational courses I participated in while incarcerated. On pages 11 and 12 in my blue packet, you will find that I have completed 6 life skills courses successfully. I have completed 3 ACCI life skills programs on the tablet that we are now being afforded. I completed 2 of the Hustle 2.0 programs. I did numerous self-study programs through the Prison Educational Network organization that has offered courses through the mail. I've completed 16 educational courses along with earning my high school diploma, and I am currently enrolled in the Captain Your Story program. And I truly know that I am ready now for parole, and I'm humbly requesting that the board give me the chance to be the success story and positive example for others by opening up the gates and sending me on to the next phase of my journey. I'd like to thank you for your time. Thank everybody that came today. And I would just ask that you highly consider letting me back to society, because I will be that success story.
Thank you, Mr. Voss. There is one thing I want to clarify. You're still good standing with Black Mafia gangsters?
I'm still on paper a member, but no, I don't participate in.
You're not under a modified?
I don't promote gang activity. No, I live around other active gang members from a lot of different gangs, but no, I didn't modify because honestly, that is something that, depending on what group you used to be associated with or are associated with, can actually lead to putting your life in further danger. So I didn't with that, but I do ask that the board take into consideration, I haven't been written up for any type of promoting gang activity for quite a long time. No STG involvement at all. And in fact, recently within my time in Max living around other active gang members, it's been mostly Crips that I've lived around. And I know that this reason I'm here today is you know, there's gang issues that were a major part of that. But I don't promote violence, period. Especially just the nonsensical violence of gangs. I haven't been promoting that for a long time, and I've lived around a lot of different Crips with absolutely no issues.
But understanding there's going to be barriers out there with,
Yeah.
should you be granted parole, and one of those could be your association to.
Oh, yeah,
that
absolutely.
gang.
Absolutely. I
That
plan
could
on
be
not
on your face.
associating with anybody that is participating in any kind of criminal activity. whether it be gang activity or any other kind of criminal activity, period. I really want to continue to build pro-social relationships and operate within a pro-social network.
Well, Mr. Voss, just to let you know what moving forward looks like, I'm one of 5 members of the board. I will capture what you said, the essence of this hearing, and put it on paper, and then create a vote. And then that vote goes from to me to other members of the board, and that's how the decision is ultimately made. You'll be made aware of that in writing, but also for your family, be on our website. Give me, 2 to 3 weeks to get this done. But that's where we are. Do you have any questions about the process moving forward?
No, there is a slight mention of an incident that occurred where I was actually given like a positive C note for, they said that it's not detailed in here, but if you would allow me just a couple seconds to
Yeah, go ahead.
elaborate. So basically what happened was there was a serious issue about to occur between the guys on my rec and between staff. And along with my brother, we intervened in helping to de-escalate that and to prevent, what was probably going to turn out to be an extremely bad situation. The cops were outnumbered. There were 16 guys in our section. There were 2 officers in there. There were a few guys that were quite angry and on the verge of assaulting staff. And I physically put myself in between that and talked to the guys on my rec that I felt were most aggravated, to try to get them to, take a step back and realize that we've all come a long way and that this kind of a setback is not worth it. I even physically hugged one of the guys and walked with him away from where the crowd was at, and the incident was initiated at, towards the section door. By this time, other staff had arrived, but still, it was an extremely hostile situation. So, I know that other staff and other inmates have felt that that was something that I needed to clarify with the board, and that speaks volumes to the fact that I don't promote violence. In fact, I will do what I can to stop that and to show that because these other guys are Crips, with these guys who are deemed in the misunderstandings of gang culture being the blood's mortal enemies and this kind of thing, that we may have had the wrong ideas when we were younger, but now we're beyond that, and we don't want any negative impact or consequences towards anybody else, or we want to stop all of that prior to that occurring. So,
Well, I appreciate you saving an officer getting hurt. But that's the bigger picture and the communication that at least I'm looking for from somebody that's in these types of situations. So good on you. But also for the record, a Dwayne Bardot sent a letter on your behalf articulating the improvements and the strides you've gained since this incident. So, all right, that concludes our hearing. Thank you, Mr. Voss.
all right, thank you.
We are on the record. This is the date and time set for an original hearing for Brandon Sappington, offender number 229310. Is that correct? Okay. My name is Scott Stevenson. I'm Chair of the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting this hearing. I'm going to be taking testimony from you during this hearing, so if you can raise your right hand. You can raise your right hand up in the air. Do you swear the testimony, keep it up? Can you keep your right hand up? I need to swear you in.
Swear me in for what?
I'm going to be taking your testimony. Do you want to be sworn in so that you can
No.
talk during this hearing? Okay. So do you want me to just read to you?
Sure.
Okay. Did you receive 7 days' notice of this hearing?
I knew it was coming.
You knew it was coming?
Uh-huh.
Did you get a chance to review your packet?
Yeah, I got one.
Okay. Were there any discrepancies or mistakes
Nope.
in that packet?
Yeah, got it. It was good.
It's good? Okay. Is there anybody attending online? No? Checked them or anything? Okay. Well, Mr. Sappington, I don't know if you don't want to swear in to promise to tell the truth, I don't know what we can do from here.
Okay.
So the choice is yours. What would you like to do?
Or as
Would you like to provide testimony during this hearing? No? Do you want to participate in a hearing?
I guess I just need to know what you guys are wanting be released, I guess. What you guys require me to do as MRT classes, or what you guys need. I don't know.
Yeah, but to get your testimony, I need to swear you in,
Yeah.
and you don't want to do that? So you don't want to participate in this hearing today? So are you done with the hearing? Do you understand what the hearing is for, Mr. Sappington? So this is an original hearing to discuss the possibility of parole.
Okay, I can go. That helps.
You understand that?
do.
So that requires you to swear in so that you can provide testimony during the hearing. If you do not swear in, then I will not accept your explanation and answers to my questions.
Perfect.
So do you want to swear in and answer my questions? Okay. So do you understand that I'm going to have to go just off the information that's in the packet
Packet.
without your insight and make a decision whether to grant you parole or not. Do you understand that?
Sure.
So what you're telling me, and I want it for the record, that you do not want to continue with this parole or this hearing.
How would you get parole? What does it take to get on parole?
Going through this process so that we can get insight into
Process is that?
just asking you questions about programming, your mental health decision the board has to make based upon your testimony and the information contained in this packet. But if you want us to just rely on this packet and the information and the crime thereof,
Good. Yeah, I can do that.
so are you saying that you're done with this hearing?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay?
a parole violation original hearing for Color OG Arts and Crafts Bunderson. That is you, correct?
Correct.
Did you receive at least 7 days prior notice of today's hearing and a disclosure packet that you've been able to review?
Yes.
I'll be taking testimony from you. Do you swear or affirm the statements that you provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Joel Robison, and as you mentioned, we've met before. We've done some prior hearings together. I'll be conducting today's hearing. The purpose of today's hearing is you returned on parole violations, and you had some pending cases. And so the board set this out, waiting for those pending cases to be resolved, which they have at this point. It was
I refused the first board hearing also.
right. That was the parole violation hearing.
Yeah.
Your attorney or counsel that was representing you entered denials to the allegations, and everything was continued. And you've since been adjudicated on a new case. It's case 231-907-324, stalking, Class A misdemeanor. Is that your understanding?
I had, yeah, I got that case and, yeah, I finished it. It expired last month.
Right. Now, those 3 parole allegations, we need to go over those today. The first one is the same as the new offense. The first allegations by having committed or having been convicted of a new criminal offense, stalking, April 7th of 2023. Do you admit, deny, or plead no contest to that?
For the prison record,
Right. For the parole violations.
or the stalking.
Right. Allegation 1 is in relation to that stalking. So in regards to the parole allegations, this is what occurs generally at the parole violation hearing. Go over
Yeah.
the allegations, have you enter pleas.
Well, yeah, I
So that's what I'm doing
violated
right
it.
now.
I got found guilty on the outside court.
Okay.
So yeah, guilty.
Okay. And then allegation 2 is by having committed or having been convicted of a new criminal offense, interference with the arresting officer. Do you admit, deny?
Not guilty. I was found, case dismissed. I was found innocent.
Okay. And then the final allegation by having committed or having been convicted of a new criminal offense, reporting an emergency falsely, September 27th of 2023.
Not guilty. I was found, case dismissed.
Okay. And I'll recommend that allegations 2 and 3 be dismissed.
Okay.
Now, as you mentioned with that new conviction, that case expired on September 27th. Your final expiration date on all of the cases is January 8th of 2025. So it's approaching here shortly.
Yeah.
Did you want the opportunity of release leading up to that expiration date, be on parole for a month or 2?
I did. Everyone's telling me I'm crazy to take parole, but I don't have a problem on parole. I don't do drugs. I don't I just know how to, like, the charges, like we saw, like the charges I was found innocent of, those 2 violated me on parole originally, but I was found innocent of them.
So you'd prefer parole for a couple months leading up to the
I
expiration?
want to get out as soon as possible. I don't have a problem taking parole.
Okay.
I believe my lawyer was gonna ask for immediate release with parole. And that's what I want to.
All right.
And I do have money. One thing is though, I won't have time to do any classes on parole. Like classes are generally 4 to 6 months or,
It would be a period of monitoring and,
Yeah.
and transitioning back into the community leading up to that expiration date is what it would be.
yeah. And, one thing is though, so my new victim, Karina Fitzwater, the stalking charge, I'm okay not contacting her. I don't want anything to do with her. She just doesn't want to talk to me. I'm not going to talk to her. But my brother and sister, because of my grandpa is technically a victim, you guys put, I can't talk to anybody related to my victim. So that includes my brother and sister. Even though they didn't do anything, they have nothing involved with me, even though we're on good terms. I've been talking to them in prison. But that hinders me a lot. I couldn't talk to my sister on parole. I couldn't talk to my brother. I had to talk to my parole officer. And my brother has power of attorney over my bank account. So I really need to be able to talk to him and my sister because they're my support team. He manages my money and my sister helps me with everything else, brings me stuff. She supports me in general. So I need to be able to talk to those 2.
Okay. I'll inform the board of that. Now there's 3 options. 1, you get released as soon as possible back on parole, period of transition, monitoring up until your final case expires. The other option is the board could grant a termination of sentence prior to that expiration date. Third option being you serve out the remainder of your sentence to that January 8th, 2025 date.
Yeah, and I don't have, like, I'm within my guidelines for parole, and I've behaved since, when I first came back to prison, I was kind of excited, and I think they said I had 5 write-ups and some negative C notes. But since November of last year, I've been behaving all year this year, and I've been taking my meds. I see a doctor outside of prison for medication. I have Medicare. Medicare pays for it, and I think I want to do therapy if Medicaid will pay for therapy. Like, I find therapy beneficial. So, I mean, I know how to take care of myself. I worked 3 jobs on parole at once, for a moment. I was a Chinese waiter, worked at a Chinese restaurant. I worked at Little Caesars, then I did security. And then I ended with just doing security. So, I mean, I'm able to take care of myself. Yeah.
All right. Well, it's going to be one of those 3 options. I don't know what direction the board will go, but I'll give them all the information that you mentioned today for their consideration. They'll be able to deliberate over the next couple weeks, make their final order, mail it out to you in a couple weeks. So,
Okay.
all right. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
All right, today's the time and place set for a rescission hearing for Daniel Quadra, offender number 1340076, and that is you, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you receive prior notice of today's hearing? Do you feel ready to proceed?
Yes.
All right, I'll be taking testimony from you. Do you swear or affirm the statements you provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. My name is Joel Robison. I'm a hearing officer. I work for the board. I'll be conducting your hearing. You had a parole violation original hearing back in November. The board granted a February 25th, 2025 parole contingent on completion of substance use treatment, cognitive behavioral therapy, and having no disciplinary violations. Subsequently, the board received notice that you were being screened for new charges related to a possession of controlled substance incident back in June. And you've been charged with case 241909401, possession of a controlled substance within a correctional facility, Class A misdemeanor. Last I saw, you had a scheduling conference set for October 11th.
Yes, sir.
All right, so really, there's nothing that the board can do until that case has been resolved. Likely, this will get set out for a 90-day paper review with the understanding that as soon as this gets resolved, reach out to the board and then they can get you put back onto a calendar, or depending on what happens with the case. If it gets dismissed, then the board can make a potentially make a release decision. If the board gets jurisdiction of that case, you'll have to come back for an original hearing on that case. Was there anything that you wanted to talk about today?
No.
All right. It's more of a formality, a procedural thing, but with that pending case, there's not a lot that's going to happen.
I knew that, so I was like, why did they schedule it? So,
What I would anticipate is you'll get a notice from the board saying that this has been set out and to contact us once the case has been resolved.
All right.
All right. Thank you for your time today. Go ahead and conclude. Today is the time and place set for a rescission hearing for Riley, is it MILLEN, or how do you pronounce your last name?
MILLEN, yes.
MILLEN, offender number 246381. Did you receive at least 7 days prior notice of today's hearing and a disclosure packet that you may be able to review?
No.
When did you find out about the hearing?
Today.
All right. Do you feel ready to proceed? It's a rescission hearing, so the only new disclosure you'd have is the report from Department of Corrections as to why your date was rescinded.
Right, which I'm a little confused about because I was rescinded for not meeting my cap compliance for the program, but I was also put back into the program and now I'm being cap compliant. So
Let's go over that in more detail. But are you okay proceeding today, even though you didn't have
yeah, I'm fine.
prior notice? Okay. And I'll be taking testimony from you. Do you swear or affirm the statements you provide will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. My name is Joel Robison. I'm a hearing officer. I work for the board. I'll be conducting your hearing. You had a hearing back in December of last year. The board granted a February 4th, 2025 parole contingent on completing substance use treatment and having no disciplinary violations. Sometime after that, the board received notice that you had been removed from the program after being found in possession of a pen containing white powdery substance. And that was the reason why the board rescinded your date and scheduled you for today's hearing. But you have some more information on that. So since that time, you've been put back in the program. You're currently participating.
Yeah, I was actually really confused about that because I was removed for that pen, but in that process, I didn't receive a write-up or a negative C note, no disciplinary. And when I went to further investigate and asked for the evidence be provided so I could write a grievance, there was no pen. So I was kicked out of the program for, I feel, almost nothing in general. You know, I never saw the pen. I was never made aware of anything. I was just removed. And then about a month and a half later, they brought me back into the program, and instead of restarting me, they brought me back and started me about 2 months before where I was at when I left. So I'm still on track to complete by December or January.
Okay.
But yeah, I was a little frustrated with that, especially since the first time I was removed from the program was because of 2 dirty UAs that I had, but I was found not guilty, and for those UAs to be proven to be not dirty. So I don't know. I've
So
been
there's
removed
one
from
that
this program twice
so
now,
the in regards to the pen, I don't see any disciplinary
right.
violations associated with that, but I do see one from February 12th. It was a substance abuse, and it indicates that you failed a UA.
Yes, and I do admit to that. Yes, I
Was
would.
that Suboxone or what
Yes,
were you?
it was Suboxone. Yes, I had a relapse, and I went through that with my therapist and the program, and I had stayed, and I was working through that with them. I had been sober the entire time and then when I was kicked out for that pen, it was really rough for me. So
It's your understanding that you'll be able to complete the program December-ish, and so that you'll be able to complete prior to that February 4th date.
correct.
The board
As we
reinstates that.
stand right now, yes.
All right. Has your release plan changed at all?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
And the parole agreement with the conditions associated to that you previously received, are you willing to follow through with all those conditions of parole?
Absolutely.
All right. I'll inform the board of what we've discussed today, that there's no disciplinary violation that you've been found guilty of related to that possession of pen, that you're back in the program, that your anticipated completion dates in December, January, somewhere around there. And then they can decide if they want to put that previously ordered parole date back in place.
Okay.
Anything else you want to talk about today?
I was a little bit actually. I wanted to prepare something because I knew this was gonna come up, but I didn't know when. But I wanted to see because I've been removed and put back into this program 3 different times now. Every time I'm in this program, I do my best. I complete my homework. I go to my classes. I do everything in my power that I can do. And I'm an addict. You know what I mean? I know I'm not perfect. I do have failings. I do try my best though. And with that, I feel like this program model isn't really suited for everyone, right? So because I've already been removed from this program for something that I didn't even really receive a disciplinary for. So I'm worried that something like that might happen again in the future and get my date pulled and give me more time in prison, away from my kids, away from my family. If there's any possibility of discussion where maybe I can do a program on the streets, or I can do something where the program model is a little bit different, maybe a little more suited to my needs? That's a possibility.
I'll forward that information. I would anticipate that the board's going to maintain that contingency that you complete the program prior to release, just based off the nature of your commitment offenses. But I'll pass that information along for their consideration. You've outlined that you're willing to do treatment in the community if they go that direction. I'll get the information over to them today or tomorrow. They'll review it. They should be able to get a decision over to you in a couple weeks.
Okay, perfect.
All right. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
All right, today's the time and place set for a parole violation original hearing for Khaled AL-REKABI. Is that how you pronounce it?
Yeah.
And number 228589. Did you receive at least 7 days prior notice of today's hearing in a disclosure packet that you've been able to review?
Yes.
I'll be taking testimony from you. Do you swear or affirm the statement you provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Joel Robison. I'm a hearing officer. I work for the board. I'll be conducting your hearing. You returned to prison on a warrant. You've got some parole allegations we need to go over, and you've got 2 new commitment offenses, which we'll go over, which are in relation to those parole allegations. I'll note for the record that your parents are here, your fiance, your grandmother, your mother-in-law, and your daughter. So thank you all for taking the time and effort to attend today's hearing. In regards to the parole allegations, I'm going to have you admit, deny, or plead no contest to each one of these. The first one's by having committed or having been convicted of a new criminal offense or violated a court order, electronic communication harassment, 3rd-degree felony. Okay, I'm going to amend this to reflect a Class A misdemeanor. That's what you were convicted of in court. So as amended to a Class A misdemeanor, do you admit or deny or plead no contest to that?
Admit guilty.
Allegation 2 is by having committed or having been convicted of a new criminal offense or violated a court order, providing a police officer a false name, Class A misdemeanor. Do you admit, deny, or plead no contest to that?
I admit guilty.
And then the third allegation is by having used, possessed, or consumed alcohol, May 31st, 2024.
Guilty.
Okay, and then based off of those guilty pleas and your new convictions, your previous parole date will be revoked and the board can move forward with another decision. If you could, now the allegation 1 is directly related to new case 241905482. And then the allegation 2 is related to new conviction 241800205. If you could just go over the parole period, what happened and what led up to these violations.
So you want like how I was doing on parole?
Right. You could start with day 1 when you got released on December 20th and just go from there as to how things were going.
So my main goal when I first got out was to get my CDL, and I ended up getting my CDL. That was really my main focus, just trying to find a career instead of a job.
Did you go straight from prison to a residence? You transitioned through a halfway house or?
No, I paroled to my in-laws' house.
Okay.
And then me and my fiance got an apartment, and once I got my CDL, I got a better job, and I was working there for a while. I was doing pretty good. And then me and my fiance got into an argument, and then they told me just to leave for the evening. I left for the evening, and I called. At the time when they said to leave, they never told me like don't call, or maybe they did. Either way, I take responsibility calling. I shouldn't have called, but I called her, and there was just no protective order. There was no they just told me to leave for the evening, and I called, but the whole time I was on parole, I successfully completed the TRC program. I was starting anger management. The only reason I didn't get it done was just because I was so focused on working with Voc Rehab and Pater to try to get my CDL. And I'm the main provider, the only provider in my household. So my wife don't work, my kid, she stays home with the kids, So any day I take off to do something, it takes a cost,
So
I was
after
working-
you got your CDL, did you get a job driving?
Yes. I started off with Precision Hydrovac and ended up at Badger Hydrovac. And that's
Just
where,
doing local?
yeah,
route?
local, yeah. So I
Do
was
you have any
I was
problems
doing
with
good, so-
drugs or alcohol when you're on parole?
No, alcohol. Yeah, kinda sometimes. Um, but like it's
Did they have you, what kind of treatment were they having you do?
just, so when I went to the TRC, they didn't, they said like, you don't need to be here. They said you don't need any programs and stuff. But, this time out, if I can go home soon enough, then I'm willing to do like a interlock in the vehicle, you know? Yeah, I can do the interlock the whole time I'm on parole. I can pay for it out of pocket.
Are you gonna go back to the same residence?
Same residence, same job. Yeah, I talked to my job and they said, once I have a release date, they'll take me back. I was a good worker. But yeah, like I said, the whole time on parole, I was doing like, so I was doing good. Like I was, never got a dirty. I got one dirty and it was for marijuana, but it was like in the beginning and I had a medical card and my parole officer knew that, but my medical card ended up expiring and I wasn't gonna renew it because I was trying to get my CDL and you can't have both. So I didn't get my medical card again, but marijuana gets out of your system in like a month, you know? So when I went and checked in again, I was dirty for it. But he knew that I wasn't renewing it, you know? And then ended up getting my CDL. I did the TRC. I was starting anger management. Besides that, dirty, I never had a dirty. You know, I was going to work, going home. Like I wasn't on the streets, running the streets. I wasn't getting high. I wasn't selling drugs. I wasn't gang banging. I wasn't in a gang. I wasn't doing none of that. You know, we had a newborn son. We got an apartment, bought a car, got my CDL. Like I was going somewhere. I was literally going somewhere before they brought me back. I was terminating in December. December 20th, I think I was terminating. You know, and I was out almost a year and a half. Like I wasn't expecting to see this place again. I really was not expecting it. You know, unfortunately, I came back, you know. I did not see myself coming back. Like I was so confident. I'm like, yeah, I'm about to terminate in December. You know, like I was making plans, like wanting to go to New York for Christmas and stuff.
What have you been,
Me and my wife were gonna get married in December, you know. And even right now, I've been like, a lot of these programs, they want like a release date first, you know. But I've been just going to programming, education, and just trying to um, stay like educating my mind, you know, bettering myself.
well, that's what I was about to ask you. What are you spending your day doing?
I work out. I read a lot. I read a lot. I try to read a lot of autobiographies and stuff. But other than that, other than working out and reading, I try to like go to education, you know. Like I'm doing life skills, parenting. It's one class, but every time you go, it's a different. So it's like one time it's life skills, one time it's anger management, one time it's parenting, victim impact, stuff like that.
Well, the board will have to do.
The caseworker was gonna send you a letter. I don't know if he got it. My caseworker, I gave him a letter, but
I'll look for it when I get back to the office. I did get a letter from, just got submitted to me recently, but it was a letter from your fiance who's here. So we have that.
I
The
don't
board
have
has
that.
that letter. I'll look for the letter from your case manager.
get the picture of my CDL.
I don't see it, but I'll go back and see if I can pull that up also.
But yeah, I was like, even with my parole officer, like I told her if there's any way I can do like ankle monitor and like 7-day RIM in county jail, something, you know, just cause like I understand if I was like constantly getting dirty, didn't have a job, and I was doing bad, you know, like I would understand like the reason to come back, but I was doing good and I was hoping like she would give me an opportunity, you know. Last time I was here, uh, I helped out a correctional officer and they gave me a release. Like they released me like a month early. Because he was being assaulted back in Antelope. And it was me and 3 guys that went in there and helped him, pulled the guy off of him.
I
wrapped
did
him in the
see that.
shower. And you know, I'm not like these inmates, you know, like maybe to you, we're all the same because, you know, but like I have 3 kids, you know, I have a wife. I'm different, you know. I don't look at the correctional officers like, oh, they're pigs or no, I would have done that for an inmate too, you know. Just
I did read that. I read through your
Yeah.
file prior to today's hearing, so
I was just-
I do remember seeing that, and you ended up getting a little time cut.
yeah.
Uh,
So I just look, we're all human, you know. And I've been trying to change my life around.
Do you saw your new guideline date, the 11 months,
You
April
know,
of
my caseworker
2025?
said my matrix was 10 months. So I don't know. But I didn't see that.
Yeah, they should have sent you, with these new convictions, they should have sent you a,
Yeah, I got but it didn't have a projected release date or nothing like that.
okay, so it's April 30th of 2025. And as you know, the board can deviate from that. They could release you sooner, hold you longer, whatever they feel is appropriate based off of the circumstances. I'll inform them of your plans. You plan on going back to the same residence, same job, what you've been doing since you've been back. Any other information you want me to present to the board members?
I understand that my matrix is that long, you know, and I respect whatever you guys want to give me. I respect it. I take full responsibility, whatever you guys want to, you know. But I was doing good out there, you know? Like I really achieved a lot, you know? Like since I've been down, my wife can't make the payments on the car and they took the car from her, you know? The holidays are coming around, like my daughters, like they need winter clothes, you know? Christmas, everything, you know? She don't got money for that. She don't got any of that. Like she's got my family support, her family, but each family's got their own problems, you know? And my family is in the middle of, they're being forced out of their house right now. They got 5 days to move out of their house, you know? Both of my daughters, I think, need to get their tonsils. And my wife wants the help, you know? It takes 2 years for a woman's body to go back to normal after giving birth, you know? And she just gave birth and 5 months later, it's driving her crazy. You know, like she wasn't planning on raising these kids alone. You know, like I used to go to work, I'd come home and I would help her, you know. Like if she's bathing the baby, I'll bath the girls. If she's bathing them, I'll clean, you know, put a load in, cook dinner, you know. So I was helping her out a lot, you know. And it's taken a lot of stress and postpartum and everything on her, you know.
All right, I'll forward all that information over to the board. I'll get the information to them in the next day or two.
I'll take ankle monitor, full 2 years, I'll pay for it. I'll do the whole ankle monitor. You know, like, I remember Aaron Smith, my parole officer, after he stopped being my parole officer, I seen him at the hospital at like 1 in the morning because I was taking my son in the hospital. You know, and I seen him there with all my kids and he knows they need me, you know, like they need me out there as soon as possible. Like, I take whatever you guys want to give me, but just please take that in consideration. Like, I know you hear this a lot, but I'm not like other inmates. I don't get out and I go, like, the only reason I gave them the false information was because my daughter's birthday was on June 10th. And I was like, I wanted to celebrate her birthday and then turn myself in, you know? And So yeah, other than that, I was really planning on turning myself in, you know?
And I'll forward the information and the reasons behind why you are hoping the board will consider a release prior to that guideline date. Ultimately, it's up to those 5 board members to decide, and they'll get the information, like I said, next day or two, review it,
Yeah,
and they can move forward with a decision. They should be able to make that decision in a couple weeks.
I appreciate it.
Thank you for your time today.
And this is a basketball incident, just so you know.
All right.
I bumped my head. We just head bumps.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you for your time today.
Can I say?
They'll
thank
let
you
you
for
know,
that?
they'll let you know, and you can turn around and say hi and everything. Thank you for your time today. We'll go ahead and conclude.
Stay seated and just turn around and say people over your fans.
Today is the time and place set for a parole violation original hearing for Carlos Rodriguez, offender number 2333490, and that is you, correct, sir?
Yeah.
Did you receive at least 7 days prior notice of today's hearing in a blue disclosure packet?
Yes, sir.
You feel ready to proceed today?
Yeah.
I'll be taking testimony from you. Do you swear or affirm the statements you provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. My name's Joel Robison. I'm a hearing officer. I work for the board. I'll be conducting your hearing. Now, this is your first appearance since you returned on the warrant. You've got 7 parole allegations. We'll go through each one of those. I'll have you admit, deny, or plead no contest, and then we'll go over your new case, which is related to allegation 1.
Right.
First allegation, by having committed or having been convicted of a new criminal offense, distribution on or about March 15th of 2024. You admit, deny, or plead no contest to that.
Admit.
And then allegation 2, by having used meth, March 15th, 2024.
I admit.
Allegation 3, by having failed to complete mental health substance abuse evaluation or comply with all the recommendations indicated.
I admit.
Allegation 4 states completed domestic violence evaluation and recommended intervention services through the Department of Human Services.
I admit.
Allegation 5, by having contact with Tasha Baker on or about March 15th, 2024.
So I deny that allegation. Is there a way I can explain it, or?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so when I was arrested, I what was it? See, yeah, so when I was arrested, so I got charged, right, for suboxone and stuff like that, and they went to my messages, and well, she never, Trina Whitehead, she was a P officer, she never told me,
nothing about no having contact with it, but she said later, wrote down as one of my violations and said that I was talking to, Tasha Baker in the messages. So when you buy a new phone, you can log into your Gmail account and it'll give you the option to sync all your stuff, all your data and all that stuff. So those messages were from last year. I've contacted my sister and see if she can reach out to Tasha Baker and maybe write a letter to you guys on my behalf saying that we never had contact. So those messages were from last year.
Okay. Allegation 6, by having used, possessed, consumed, or had access to alcoholic beverages, March 15th, 2024.
Yes, I admit.
And then the final allegation 7, by having failed to establish, reside at, or change address without approval of APMP, March 15th, 2024.
I deny that.
Okay, do you have an explanation for that one?
Yeah, I was still residing at that same address. That's actually where they came and arrested me. So I don't know what she means by that. But I was still in that same address.
Okay.
I never changed it.
And then based off of your admissions to all of the allegations aside from 5 and 7, your previous parole date will be revoked. I'll recommend to the board that allegations 5 and 7 be dismissed.
Okay.
And the board can move forward with another decision. The new case 241-900-811, distribution, arranged distribution of a controlled substance. Indicates that during a phone search, the agent reviewed text messages and it indicated that you had been involved in selling Suboxone strips.
Yeah. So I wasn't selling Suboxone strips. I was in contact with a friend who was withdrawing, and I still admit that I shouldn't. That was the wrong thing to do. I shouldn't have given my prescription Suboxone. So I shouldn't have still not gave him that. But those were the messages that she read, and I think still, I mean, it still was seen as a distribution because I was texting back and forth about it.
Now, just to go over the allegation that you've denied, I'll recommend it be dismissed, being that you admitted all the others and you've got the new conviction, but it does indicate in the probable cause for that allegation that you had communication that began in February of 2024 upon your release from prison, and that you had gotten into an argument with her that became physical. So what was the time frame for when you say that you got the new phone and uploaded the messages?
So I got out February 6th. I think like that same week, I got the new phone. Those messages were still, I think, from March of the year before.
Because they say that,
13
because
or
in the
something
probable
like that.
cause, it says that you admitted to Agent Whitehead that you had contact with her.
Yeah, no, I've admitted to texting. So the Suboxone, I was texting my friend's girl. I admitted to that. I don't recall her asking me a question about that at all.
Okay. And then you ended up, the allegation related to you not staying your address in a record, it was indicated that you were living in a motel.
Yeah.
And that's where you started using alcohol.
No, I did admit to using alcohol like a week before I was arrested, March 15th. I was like it was kind of like a party, I guess, at a motel, but no, I was still living in 2958 Ogden Avenue.
You were partying at the motel, or
Yes.
just hanging out there?
Yeah, just get together.
So aside from these violations, how was parole going?
It was going good. I just finally got hired that week. Unfortunately, this setback set me back, obviously.
What were you doing for work?
It was UST manufacturing. I was just starting it too, so it's just a pill production, pharmaceutical production. Um, Other than that, yeah, I was just really just hanging out with my family. My dad is sick; he's got cancer, so that's who I was taking care of when I was at home and stuff like that.
You haven't had any disciplinary issues since you've been back?
No, no, sir.
What do you spend your day doing? Looks like you're enrolled in anger management.
Yeah, so I just kind of base my routine. I try to stay productive, you know. Obviously, I'm going to class, anger management. I've I like working out, so I try to work out. I just try to stay busy. Last year, I was always getting in trouble. I was always getting write-ups and stuff like that. This year, I haven't even got a write-up. But I think just the main goal for me is to have a plan, you know. That's kind of what I've been
Yeah,
doing.
what are your release plans?
Um, so I wrote a case action plan for up to like 6 months, but even up down to the first 48 hours. So basically the first 48 hours, just mainly checking the probation, sign up for classes. We'll get enrolled because last time I obviously didn't get in. Employment is one of the biggest things for me. And then obviously I still want to go to the gym and stuff like that. So those are the main things for now. Like prior to getting out, you know, obviously checking with my PO, stuff like that. Yeah, but after that, like I'd like so I'll in here I was trying to get signed into VTs for welding, stuff like that, but I can't. I'm just waiting on orientation. I think that would help me better get a better education because I'm not qualified for a lot of things out there. I mean, I do got a diploma, stuff like that, but no, nothing that's gonna help me get a job, and especially with my record. So, VTs is one of the things I've been trying to get into. Hopefully, so I can get a certificate. Welding is what I'm trying to do. I think that'd probably be one of the best things for me right now.
Okay. You just saw your guideline date with those new convictions, 14 months,
Yeah.
put you in May of 2025.
Um,
You're willing to do parole again if that's the direction the board goes?
yes, sir.
All
I
right.
think I'm more ready this time. I wasn't prepared last time. I didn't have a plan, goals and stuff like that. I wasn't committed, and I think I'm just ready to not be back in here no more. I mean, realizing that there's something else better to do than being in prison, you know. And I think I'm really done this time. It's not the life I want.
All right, I'll get the information over to the board today or tomorrow and they'll review it. They should be able to make a decision, get the order over to you in the next couple weeks.
All right.
All right, thank you for your time today.
Thank you.